live, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, welcome everybody to another live stream of House of Autumn's End in House of Eidolons. I am your GM, Paul Angelo, and co-author of House of Eidolons, and really excited to finally be back. Let's do a introduction of all of our cast. Above me is the one and only Jamie.
Hi everybody, I'm Jamie, and I am, as always, ever thrilled to be playing Lyra, the Scion. And right above me is my husband in real life and in the game.
Hello, I am Brandon, and I play Magnus Ruthvane. Beside me is a wonderful human named Connor.
Yo, wow! What an introduction. You guys have been killing it. I'm Connor. Hi, I play Relic. He's old, he's fun, he's everything you could want in your weird, like, knightly Scion. So, hello everybody. Right next to me is Josh.
Howdy, howdy. Welcome back from the holidays. Yeah, one of the co-creators of House of Eidolons, and we're looking forward to getting back on mission. I miss all these folks. It's kind of the mental stability group right here. It keeps my brain sane. So, below me here is Kel.
Hi, I've been missing in action, but I'm here now. I play Levi / Bungie, so we're here.
All right.
Beautiful.
And with that, why don't we begin with a bit of a recap, because it has been a hot minute since we last did this. So, right now our House of Eidolons team is on mission number 3, a mission known as the Swine. Their job is to hunt down a ghost of a character somewhere in the sprawl of Beijing, a scientist known as the Swine, a legendary sort of character that has kind of grown larger than life in the sort of sprawl through urban legend and lore. To some, he is a boogeyman who kidnaps children and people to experiment on them. To others, a ghost who doesn't actually exist. A long time ago, during a conflict known as the War Within the Woods, a terror bombing took place near the end of it, destroying the Human Solutions Tower. The legend goes that the Swine was a lead scientist in a part of that operation, and that he survived, though it was reported that he had died. He then went on to continue living in Beijing for decades, continuing his experimentation. So our Eidolons, reaching out to different contacts and heading into Beijing, they began to deduce how they were going to find this Swine character. They had 3 real options. One that was definitely not appealing, which would be to go to Central Judicial to try and confirm under official files that the Swine had in fact died, or if it was not truly confirmed. This would mean breaking into Central Judicial, which our team decided that would be a last case resort, as trying to break into where Talos Judicial is based out of is not an appealing option. The other options were to connect with the Dynasty and try and figure out what the Dynasty might know, since the Dynasty was the controlling syndicate of Beijing during the time that the Swine, up until present, that the Swine was operating under. It is likely that there was a connection there, and the Dynasty might know something around whether the Swine was real or not. The other option was to explore the pork market, which is ultimately what our Eidolons decided to do. The pork market, aptly named, is a market where the mega boar is slaughtered and sold in stalls all over the place, and is also a den of independent criminality within the Beijing infrastructure and in the dark and black markets of Beijing. So the team moved into the pork market, where they deduced and finally found out that there was one individual who ran the pork market, a Big Papa Wen. And Big Papa Wen is kind of the vilest of all kinds of criminals. And after a conversation with Big Papa Wen, seeing what he knows, he informed the Eidolons that they would have to fight 3 rounds in the pit fighting rings of the pork market for the information. The Eidolons bravely took that on, Riken and Relic going toe-to-toe with many pit fighters, from novice up to very experienced, and both survived, though rather torn up from the experience. However, they came out victorious, and Big Papa Wen revealed to them that yes, in fact, the swine still does exist. He did not die, and had been living in the pork market up until about 5 or 6 years ago, in which he vanished. He also had a pupil known as Dr. Nguyen, who, as far as the team could tell, was somebody who came to the pork market after the swine had taking up living residence in the pork market. Before that, he had been associated with the dynasty, and fleeing the dynasty, he took up residence in the pork market. Our team went and investigated an old laboratory, now turned storage room in the pork market, where they discovered not a heck of a lot, other than, yes, it was a laboratory likely used for genetic mutations. They also discovered a document revealing that this Dr. Nguyen had discovered or made a breakthrough in something known as the tasselin particulate. Nobody really knows what that means or what it is, but it seemed quite important. They also discovered a old propaganda newspaper about a city that was supposed to be constructed. They don't know if it has been constructed for sure, known as Connor, what was it called? New Shua City, yes. That was supposed to be constructed somewhere dense in the mountain jungles further south in China. The team has yet to investigate this New Shua lead, if it is even a lead, or if this is just some random dead end. But we left off with Magnus receiving news from his contact at Human Solutions that the swine was over research involving Evo genetics. And now Evo genetics has a connection to Magnus, has a connection to his mother. It was an operation that had been taken over from Human Solutions, a small company, doing various forms of research, and that this tower had all of the documentation from that takeover and Evo genetics during the explosion and the terror bombing of the tower that was presumed all destroyed. However, now there is maybe suspicion that this mission has something to do with certain records involving Evo genetics. Is that a good enough summary? Everybody feel that encapsulates it pretty well? So we pick it up in a small motel room where the team has gathered, and to discuss and to figure out what is the next move. Do you engage the dynasty to see what they know, what leads they can provide? Do you research this new Shua? Do you continue to prod at the different possibilities of the research that was taking place? That's where we will pick up.
Well, is the VTT, are we looking at something or no?
Nope, VTT should just
Okay.
be
Just the picture.
in
Gotcha.
narrative screen. Yep.
Beautiful. All right, so I just walked out the shower, I think, because I needed to remove all of the
Oh, yes.
gore
That's
that
right.
had
Yes,
covered me.
the viscera. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the team. This is going to be a couple hours later. People have been relatively resting. All of the gore and viscera from the pit fights have been removed. Cuts and bruises bandaged. A lackadaisical ceiling fan rotates above you all. Outside the constant commotion of Beijing and the bustling city below.
This is Lyra's hotel room, correct?
Yes, correct. Yep.
Okay.
Because she had just arrived not long.
Right.
In order to come in. Or no, yeah, she arrived after the pit fights. Correct.
Yeah.
There's a window here. Is there sunlight or is it night? Like, what's...
Yeah, there's a window right now. It is displaying a overlay of a very beautiful tropical destination. However, if you want to dismiss that overlay, you can look out into the somewhat
Pork market?
less appealing. No, it's not the pork market. You're not that
Oh,
close
okay.
to the pork market. It's just the bustling semi sprawl of Beijing, a portion of it.
At
And
that,
it is pretty late now. It's definitely dark out. At least it's nighttime. It's not dark out. It feels like it's almost still daytime with all of the neon light and everything going on. But it is
That's late.
it's fairly late. Yeah.
I will post it up next to that window, and I'll dismiss the fake plants and tropics to see reality, because I'm still pretty shook by what I just did. Drinking tea, of course, looking out into reality.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose as I see it, we should probably come to some sort of agreement about where we should be spending our day tomorrow. I don't know about you, but I still feel like we don't have a whole lot of information to go on it. It may be a good idea for us to investigate the swine just a bit further if we are looking to locate this gentleman or anything. Perhaps Dynasty is the only way. Does anyone have anyone who might be helpful in tracking down a lead or something of the sort? Huh?
We can look into New Shua as well. See if that is a viable place for a person to set up.
A splendid idea. A splendid idea.
I would
Yes,
also like to check on the location of the surgery performed earlier.
a very good idea. A very good idea.
Oh.
Indeed, yes.
Where you left your message.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
I completely forgot that.
Me, you mean the swine? Me.
I was like, is he good to go? Are you sure he's good to go? We did that, yeah.
Yeah, how's the
question-
patient recovering?
I have a question for you, Paul.
Yes.
I believe I shared the Tasselin particulate TP10819 with my contact as well, right? If I didn't, I want to. I know I have it on my list.
Yep, I think you had shared, and he said he didn't know what that was, but Carson was gonna look into it for you.
I
Okay,
thought
that
you
makes
mentioned that those files had been moved somewhere he couldn't get to. I thought.
Oh,
Maybe that
yes.
was wrong.
There was a lot of. I don't know if it was in particular around the Tasselin, but
Okay.
it was that like almost all documentation on Evo genetics having been moved to the tower, and also much of it has been like redacted and or hard to come by. He said he believes that's because it was all transferred to the Beijing Tower, Human Solutions Tower, and wasn't, that's where like backups and everything was. So when it was destroyed, it was hard to salvage that information.
Perfect. Does Human Solutions have a branch back in Beijing? Did they rebuild out this way? Obviously they're everywhere, kind of, but
They actually, yeah. I mean, of course, they're everywhere. I mean, they have a branch here, but nothing like the Human Solutions Tower, which was like a huge investment.
Right.
They're probably their largest operation is in Nanjing. Now, but they do have a branch in Beijing. But it's more of a it's more of like a product focused sort of branch rather than research and development that the
Got it.
Human Solutions Tower was.
Thank you for all the info.
Yeah, well, perhaps New Shua City. I could set about seeing if I could find anything on this. I don't know if I'd be very good getting so in touch with anyone from Dynasty, but you never know. You never know. Maybe that's. I suppose that's where I will direct my my research right now. If anyone else wishes to look into anything else, please. I think that's a great idea. The more, the better, is what I would say. Yes.
Yes, I also can look into New Shua City, maybe from a financial standpoint, to see if any investments went through or what kind of money was tied up in the program.
Yes. I should see if there's an academic endeavor. Supposing that this was a man of research looking into this, perhaps other researchers were looking to New Shua City. So I could try that avenue.
Yes, maybe you and I can go out to lunch and have a meal and discuss our findings.
That sounds positively lovely to me. I relish the idea. A good lunch, never do battle on an empty stomach. But with that in mind, it is very late, and I would very much like to get to bed. I'm not the young spry man I once was.
Yes, I will be waking up soon.
I love that.
Lucky, Lyra, how about the two of you? Anything that you have to say, or?
Well, Lyra will insist that she is going to the site of the surgery that happened earlier. She'll be accompanying her husband for that visit. And she also offers to ask her sister Nova to look into the New Shua City to see if she can find anything. While her husband looks through the business trails, she can look through the back road money trails.
Did you already have that conversation with your sister? I couldn't remember.
I don't think so. I don't think we got to that point.
So do you want to give your sister, do you want to give Nova a call?
Yeah, I'll give Nova a call.
Okay. And you have influence still, right?
I do. I haven't spent any from the last round that we got.
Perfect.
Because I was gone.
Okay. Yeah, you were visiting Mei Ling.
Yeah. First weekend.
Nova, how's it going?
Well, I had a fantastic weekend with Mei Ling, actually. It was absolutely wonderful. But now I'm back with Magnus on this mission, and oh, Nova.
Right, Robotica royalty.
Yeah,
Must have
it's
been
very
lavish.
interesting. They do live very lavishly, and I will be going back to visit.
Quite the connection.
I could use a little bit of help we're looking into something called New Shua City.
New Shua, okay.
New Shua. And I'll relate to her the details of it.
Sure.
I
little
was
article.
gone for that,
Okay.
and I struggle with it, yeah. And I'm hoping, Magnus intends to look into it through the business sector, check investments and things like that. I thought maybe you could bounce off some of that information to check some of the back channels and see if there was any, money moving underhanded.
Yeah, let me look into it. How much influence do you want to spend, Lyra?
Well, I have plenty. I'm going to spend 5 influence on this.
5 influence, okay.
5 influence. And she is a level 2, so that's 5d6 plus 2, right?
2, yep, it's going to be +1 dice and then +2. Oh wait, she's level 2 or level 3?
Level 2.
Level 2. Okay, so it's going to be just plus 1 dice.
$27.
27.
27.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'll look in and see what I can find on New Shua. See what the chatter is. I mean, I've never heard of the city, so if it was some sort of project, it seems strange, some major city like they're advertising.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll see what I can't find, and I will get back to you.
Thank you.
Just give me a couple hours.
Best.
And click. Okay, so that's done. Riken, Bucky, anything you guys want to do now, or are you guys just crashing?
Yeah, if everybody's calling it a night, Riken's brain needs to sleep and reset, so he is more than happy to go toddle off and pass out.
So Riken is literally snoozing as you're making that call. He's now passed out on one of the beds. Actually, being at Riken, it was probably in like a sitting sofa. He's just like asleep there. Bucky, what are you doing?
Getting my tree meditation on.
I mean, I have a bunch of, like, I have contacts that I can use, but I don't
Okay.
know if it would be worth using them, like, I think we have all our bases covered right now. There might be follow-up calls that I can
Sure.
depending on the information I get from everybody.
Sounds good. So is everybody then going to sleep at this point?
Yes.
For sure, yeah.
All right. Lucky for you guys, everything goes through uninterrupted. You wake up in the morning, probably fairly early, at least Magnus, certainly. Relic, 100%. Yeah, Lyra, you hear back from Nova. Lyra, darling. So, New Shua doesn't really exist.
Okay.
It was, as she starts sending you various images and articles, like different things on like scandals of mismanagement of construction dollars, whatever, like city halfway built, and then it seemingly all production stopped, crashing birth rates, these sort of things into what it's like article after article back in probably about 15-ish years ago, that the city basically was stopped mid-construction and abandoned in the forest. So it's just a essentially what exists is semi-completed flats, even a partially completed archaeology that had been started on. It was, a blunder, what seems to be a mix of corruption, government mismanagement, and then also the need and different articles that kind of talk about how getting to the city didn't really make sense for its proposed location, that was part of, like, was supposed to benefit certain individuals, that's why they located it there. So I mean, it's just like a whole ring of mismanagement that went into it. And so New Shua was never, as of 14-ish years ago, New Shua stopped having construction and was basically left to be reclaimed.
Did any one business or entity or corporation suffer in particular from the scuttling of the project? Or
Mostly, I mean, this was mostly mid-tier, no kind of mega corporation. This was contracted with different local operations. It looks like that was to the benefit of certain government officials at the time, that they didn't go with like a tried and true mega corporation for the job. She then, she's like, but there's something else you should know, Lyra.
Mm-hmm.
There is a paramilitary operation who has taken up residence in the non-complete city. They're known as the Lost Boys.
Lost Boys. Is that name familiar to me at all?
Nope.
What do you know about
I'll send
them?
you over some information on them. Not the kind of people you want to work with, and from what I can tell, most of their clientele are syndicates, namely the Dynasty. Not even most local governments who have disputes won't even use them. They are a particularly brutal kind of paramilitary.
Okay. Well, that's
Anyways,
interesting
I'll send you over the
information.
files. Take a read through. I'll continue to do a little bit of digging, but again, as far as the city goes, I don't even think there are roads that lead there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm hoping that helps.
Of course, good luck. She hangs up. A file comes through on the Lost Boys. Are you sharing the file with everybody, or are you reading through it first?
I'll share it with everybody.
Okay. The Lost Boys. I don't actually have a write-out for this, but the Lost Boys are a paramilitary compiled from child soldiers from the war within the woods. Those who could not be reintegrated back into society, largely rallied under a single individual, known as the Piper, and formed into the Lost Boys and took up residence in New Shua. So the entirety of the Lost Boys consists of highly traumatized, highly militarized, and often extremely mutated or basically humans built for warfare, guerrilla warfare. Yes. All of the people like Riken, except with more broken minds. Riken, to you, this hits pretty hard. And yeah, so that is who the Lost Boys are, and because of that, they have a history, kind of in the briefing, they have a history of if a mission does not go how they intended, or a person hires them to do something but then runs into complications. They have a history of being extremely brutal. And so government stopped working with the paramilitary to do things, and largely they've been a tool of criminal entrepreneurs and syndicates when utilized. And when utilized in much a sort of Neon Hades fashion, they are a brutal weapon utilized to send very prominent messages. And again, heavily mutated, heavily cybernetic.
Yeah. And this is all dynasty based, right? I'm not having a stroke.
No, they're paramilitary. The Lost Boys are an independent paramilitary led by the Piper.
Yeah. But
They
came
are
from the
most
dynasty,
used. No, they came from the war within the woods, so child soldiers from any of the different sides, because the Golden
Oh, any
Seal
of them.
used... Yes, correct. It was
Okay.
basically any of the child soldiers who could not be reintegrated into society after the war, regardless of what side they came from, basically rallied under the banner of this Piper.
Gotcha. For some reason, I thought it was connected to dynasty, and I was on the Golden Steel side of the equation. So,
Yeah.
But no, cool. All right, well that solves my question. Thank you. Okay, so that information just got disseminated to everybody.
Yep.
At which point I have the spear that I've acquired, and I'm just kind of leaning on it while one of my vines is sticking out the window with a bunch of leaves pulling in sunlight, thinking about what's going
Breakfast.
on. Basically, I mean, literally, that is me having breakfast. So Dradic integration is amazing on all fronts. So I will grumble loud enough and be like, if we are walking into Nushua, I don't know all of you for a very long period of time. I have not known you for a long period of time, and this has become a open wound, to say the least. All, if not the majority of them, will be like me. Not wholeheartedly interested in conversation, to say the least, and probably the vast majority of them are beyond unstable, beyond the description of unstable that we've acquired.
It is not fair for you to compare yourself to them. You are reasonable and suitable. They will be like you once were, maybe. But you have
agree.
mastery over yourself.
I would
I
add.
was lucky enough to have someone save me.
Yes, I certainly would also echo what Magnus has to say, but I would also we don't need to go if it would be painful for you, or perhaps a smaller group of us could go. But I would not wish for you to be done harm for this mission. Certainly.
I think sometimes there is healing in pain. I think you should go.
On both accounts, I appreciate all of your concern. It means more than you know. But this is not something I'm trying to avoid or specifically need to face, but I will not let it impede in our progress. There are bigger things at stake right now.
Correct.
Very well. Very well.
And with that, I'll actually put my hand on my chest, thinking about the key that I gave to Aiko, or hope gets to Aiko.
Yeah. Real quickly, I forgot to mention, Relic and and Riken, did you two want to take a cognitive rest overnight?
Yes,
Mhm.
for sure.
And we
I
changed the rule of cognitive rest. It is now a static, just 50% of your cognition value, rounded up.
Okay.
So no rolling, just no need to make it random. So you just regain that, and you only have one permission of edge dice. Riken, this will proc your Dryadic integration.
Ooh,
So you would get one more.
That makes me happy.
I think Magnus would go over to Riken towards the end of the conversation, just to, if he's placing his hand on his chest, Magnus would probably just calmly put his hand on his shoulder and say, you have our support, friend, no matter what you do, pain or not.
With that unexpected emotional response from Magnus of all people, right? I'm just
Yeah.
I'm actually just think my eyes just get a little rounder and a little wider, just like at which point the vines will curl back in my robes, and I'll just two fist pumps on his shoulder and then walk over to put my teacup in the whatever kitchenette exists. So with a nod, of course, and nod of appreciation.
Have a carrot, dog.
Carrots, dog.
Yes, I brought my dog Gus.
He's a very good dog.
I will. Did Lyra tell us about where she was? Was that open? Because I know Magnus knew, but did all the rest of us know? Yeah. Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm still returning all the information back into my brain from
Same.
early
Now,
December.
I
one
think we told
question
her
I
everything, right? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
one question I had for you, Lyra. Did you talk about Mei Ling and what she was working on, or any of that sort of stuff, or was
That
it
would
mostly that you
probably-
just hung out?
I probably would have kept some of the more fine details of like what she
Okay.
does like to my husband, but like as far as like
Okay.
yeah, I had a girls' weekend in Taiwan with Mei Ling, she wouldn't keep that a secret.
So then you would have told Magnus about what Mei Ling was working on in order to try and get in with Samsara Medical and Akatori Group. Okay.
Mhm.
So Magnus, Mei Ling is working on for Robotica. She's a chief engineer at Robotica for her father.
Super smart. Okay.
Yep, super smart. And she is working on an AI emulation brain that she believes will allow for indistinguishable between human emotional response from AI units. And she believes that that will pique the interest of Akatori Group and Samsara Medical, and allow Robotica a pathway to join them in the R&D facility in Colombia.
Holy shit. Okay.
All right. That being said, you now know that Nushua doesn't really exist. The sort of half-complete ruins of Nushua exist at somewhere in the jungle in southern China. I can give you maybe a little bit more specifics on where. Give me 1 second.
I feel I was told this earlier, part of when Bucky wasn't here. What was the connection between the
Evo Genetics.
Evo Genetics and Magnus? Or someone had a connection?
My mother's company.
Your mother, okay.
It was
And it
my
was
mother's
taken-
company. Oh,
Go
sorry. Go ahead.
No, Magnus, this is your story.
Evo Genetics was my mother's company, and the acquisitions company, the acquisitions manager was my father.
For Human
for,
Solutions.
Human Solutions.
And we don't.
If that helps.
How did Evo Genetics get? Where
Brought
did
up?
Evo Genetics get brought up?
Carson, his contact, who he had reached out, who is a higher up member of Human Solutions, had reached into to figure out anything he could about the Human Solutions attack, about who this swine was, and that's when he revealed to Magnus that in his research, he found out that all of the datas and files on Evo Genetics had been transferred to that research branch in the Beijing Tower before it was attacked and blown up. And so, and that the lead researcher, who is the swine, had access and was working in a lot of genetic mutation stuff, of which Evo Genetics had a lot of that as well. So not saying that there's anything left of that research, but there is at least a line or a direct connection that could place the swine having knowledge or access or files that Evo Genetics once had. So now we know that Nushua, thank you. Oh, dang it.
Nushua.
You
I
got
come
it.
up with this whole name and I can't ever remember it.
All right.
Every time you say it, I just think of Dr. Nunyan
Yeah.
soon.
Dr. Nguyen. Yeah.
Dr.
Nguyen I can
yeah.
remember, no
Yes.
problem.
Nguyen.
But Nushua,
Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah.
So Nushua, you now know, is occupied by the Lost Boys. You don't know for certain if Dr. Nguyen is there. Again, it was a scrap of paper found in his laboratory, but at least there's a connecting point there. But you're talking about a paramilitary who is kind of like the worst sort of military psychopaths.
Beautiful, beautiful. Military psychopaths for the win.
Yeah, that's great.
I get friends.
You have friends.
These are my people. How's it going, guys?
My people.
Hey, remember when?
Yeah.
Hey, you guys remember that one
Oh,
time that we were all
oh,
children
the
committing
joke.
atrocities?
Yeah. God, those were the days.
Those were the
Anyway.
days.
We used to
Making
be a
me
real
wax
country.
nostalgic. Yeah. I just kill for those old days. Yeah.
Twitch.
All right.
Turn.
Oh,
so
breakfast plans to discuss new Shua might be off the table at this point. Although you could still go to
Yeah,
breakfast and have
yeah,
a lovely combo,
yeah.
I'm sure.
I imagine I got breakfast before everyone was awake. Not for everyone, just for myself.
I mean,
But-
Relic would have been awake as
Yeah,
well.
Relic-
The two
Oh,
of you
yes,
are
yes, the
early
two of us.
risers.
Yeah.
What do you
Lyra,
think we
you
both
strike
go
me as
power
somebody who
walk at the
sleeps in
mall?
just a little bit.
Just our
There's
New
a lot
Balances.
we gotta
It's the
talk
only
about.
shoe company that still exists.
Let's go for the
We're gonna-
brisk walk, Relic.
Yeah.
Suddenly we
It's
come back to
all-
the hotel. We're white hair and it's all pixie
Yeah.
cuts. We look like 90-year-old grandmas just going ham.
There's no more need for like mall storefronts, but they exist in like a vestigial way just
For
to
the mall
comfort
walkers.
mall walkers. Yeah.
Replace gyms in the future.
I will
Yeah.
not go on a tangent, but we have one of those malls right by our house, and we do walk there sometimes. That's all I'll
I
say.
love.
Um,
Don't get me wrong. I love a good
also-
mall walk.
Yeah, so Relic and Magnus come back in the morning full of energy in matching tracksuits.
Yeah.
Yes, we have matching tracksuits while we were out. They're quite sleek. Mine is silk.
I've got to say, such
Right, of course.
comfort and range of motion.
Meanwhile,
Oh my
Bucky at about 12 sharp is rolling out of bed with like drool on her cheek. Her hair's a mess, and she's just like, "I'm gonna put in an order for coffee. I gotta get out of
Yeah.
here."
No,
Some
no,
probably
Lyra
exhausted in
works
your
in
mouth.
the way that
Yeah.
Lyra would allow her to sleep until noon. Like Lyra's stupid late, and she's not letting anybody sleep later than her. That's ridiculous.
So
We're talking
Bucky,
10:45 at the latest.
Bucky is rudely awakened at the very,
Yeah.
very early time of 10:30, of which she is not
Meanwhile,
so
she's
pleased
just
about.
like, I'm
Curtains fly
just gonna
open.
sit here sleep.
We
I
should
have a
all have a
cup of coffee. I'm
conversation.
not completely evil.
We should all discuss the serious topic of how Bucky almost became a pleasure slave. And how to avoid this moving forward.
I was a little worried about this discussion when it did eventually arise, but I do think it is pertinent to have, yes.
Yeah, I'm very interested in finding out precisely how this all came to be and how my note, Jamie's note for this scene is how the fuck did these motherfuckers end up in a fighting ring?
Well,
You
it
can
is
choose
one
Well,
whoever
you
you wish
know-
to tell the
time
story.
decision making.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. You got information. You got what you needed.
You're not wrong. As I
I'm not
look over at
wrong.
Relic,
But
and
she's
I'm
just gonna
like
like,
still massaging the damage that's healing.
she's just kind of
This-
scrolling.
And you
through
did
the
not even
overlay.
fight, Bucky.
No one asked for grenades.
That's true.
I could have given grenades at any point. No one asked for grenades.
You got us into this, and we got you out of this. That was the only thing that happened here.
How did Bucky get everyone into it?
She
Could've
went to
given you-
romance a young man and was terrible at it, so she turned
You
things
told
up
me
too
not
high.
to him. You literally said, "Bucky, it's your turn." You
This
said,
really was a
"Bucky,
failure."
it's your turn."
To assert boundaries more than anything, I think. It
It's very
really
simple.
what was quite concerning, yes, yes.
She went to a second location with a stranger. That is rule number one.
Go
You
to
guys
Anyone
speak
knows
with
this
me.
is me.
You guys get literally. You said, Bucky, go talk to this person. I talked to him. You guys followed, and look at that. We are now at a point where we got information from Big Papa. You want him as a contact, so.
All right, take into consideration this. Our
What am I
friend Riken.
considering? What am I considering? Because we got out of there.
Yes, we got out. But Riken, did you see his mind yesterday? You must consider that you
No,
are
because I was
plunging the
sleeping.
people in your group into moments of chaos. You are breaking their psyche in some situations. This is the result of you talking to a guy and following him to a second location.
This is the result
and
of
going
you
in there. We
telling me
did get
to
the
talk to a
information,
guy.
but at what cost?
This is the result
all
of you
I'm
telling
saying.
me to talk to a guy.
In
You
in all
told me
fairness,
to.
dear, don't go to a second location without any backup. That's kind of rule number
They were
one.
all with me.
Let's-
They all came with me.
And you're a
Right,
grown
we can't
woman.
hear you.
You could have insisted. No.
We were walking behind her. We're not completely blameless here.
Bazinga. Look at that.
And the three of you had to fight your way out of this pit to keep her
It
from being.
was-
I actually didn't fight anyone.
It was a trade for information more than anything.
They did it because they
Um,
wanted information. So
Also,
And
got
to
us
keep you
killed.
from being enslaved.
Well, there's that. That's where I might have maybe possibly almost stepped on.
I didn't even
You
get
guys knows.
I was
didn't
more
get a
of the
good night's
talker
rest.
in this situation.
I had
I
to
was
sit and
coming-
wait with her.
and I don't
I was coming
Shit
down
is
off a
day.
pretty high liver sale, and I was amped up.
And we'll talk more about the liver sale.
Or a kidney, rather. Sorry.
What do you mean
More
liver
common.
sale? I thought you helped. What do you
You
I'm
took
talking
her
about
with
liver. Yes, of course I did. She was the guard at the door.
Yeah, because
Oh,
you were
my-
doing you were doing surgery.
Yes, I was.
Oh, he was doing surgery. All
Don't
right.
worry, Bucky. The
How
poor
did you-
man,
how
he
did
could
you
not
get
afford services, so I took a liver in exchange for
How-
the services rendered.
How did
I
you
mean,
vet
the
them?
kidney.
Because I know Nova would have told me if you'd contacted her.
Who would have told
You
me?
didn't. You didn't vet them. We have rules in
Did I vet?
place.
There's
Look,
a
all
whole
I'm
plenty
saying
of
is someone's
vetting.
in trouble and it's not me. I didn't hear anyone say grenade, Bucky. I didn't hear smoke grenade.
The family's
You're
gotten
fine.
back together for
Thanksgiving dinner, it sounds.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, this is
Lyra's
good.
just saying quietly, like, she's not actually my kid. She's not actually my kid.
Woosah.
She's not actually my kid.
You are a
think-
grown woman, Bucky. That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
So do what you will. But, use your comms. Say to us, should I follow this man to Strange Alleyway? And maybe we will say, what's the plan? And you say, well, kill him. And then we will oblige.
But had we killed him, we wouldn't have been able to be
It's a very
in
good
front
plan.
of Big Papa Win, and you wouldn't have been able to basically sell your body in different ways for information.
I'm not
Because
here
technically,
for...
you guys, you did still technically give up your bodies, not in a pleasurable way. Riken, looking at you, that's
As-
probably still healing, right? Yeah, you guys
As
did stuff
Bucky
for
leans into it.
information.
I stand up and I hold her shoulders. I'm like, Bucky, we're good. We're just giving you crap. We care for you. We don't want you to be abducted. I nearly pissed off an entire room with Big Papa Wen to prevent that. So, you're all good. You've all become closer friends than I've had most of my life, so I do appreciate it. But let's continue forward, shall we?
Disagree.
Okay, so you guys are back from breakfast. We've caught Lyra up. Are there anything else of Bucky's antics and or our non-stopping of her antics?
No, I think it's
That
well
we did not
established that
divulge.
Bucky is no longer going to talk with young men on the street. I think that was well established. That she's just done with that.
The Council of Dads have spoken.
Yeah. I think the safest place for her to be is in her room, and that's all she'll ever do.
I can't
I'm just
believe you took
saying-
that sweet child with you.
I'm just saying, if Lyra had been here, also, it would have been a lot easier. But I feel like we still would have been in front of Big Papa Win. I feel
Also,
like it was destined to happen. It was our destiny.
for the record, destiny is not real. Second of all, Lyra, you can believe I took her with me. I did not kill anyone. I did my job. I was a surgeon. A man needed to pay. I took a kidney. That's about it.
At
We have
which point
rules
the
in
room is
place.
just awkwardly silent as Lyra
Follow the rules.
responds.
Yeah.
You could have just told me.
I'm doing that right now. You flew in. We were in big fights. I'm telling you now. I did not want to call
All
you
right.
to disturb your vacation with gruesome detail.
I mean,
And it was
I'm just more
quite
curious
gruesome.
why.
By the way, sweetheart, I cut out somebody's kidney today.
Also, I did use this moment to, what do they call it? Set the fly paper. Of course, I wrote swine on the wall was here. I didn't do the wall on the wall part, but I wrote swine was here on the wall.
I forgot about the Dexter moment.
That's smart.
Yes.
Sorry,
And,
mentalist, not Dexter. Pardon.
So
Wait,
I
why
wanted
would
to
the
see if we
swine
could
have
catch
been
any
there?
traction in the community. And we followed the man to find he was very sad, of course, right? A lower class individual. His life is sad. I understand. But I would like to check on the moment. In a moment on the facility to see if any further traction has been had within the community. It is not as fresh now.
That's right, leaving the tracks. So
So is that where you're going to, Magnus?
I would not mind if we could stop by there at some point today. Maybe before lunch or something.
sounds like a plan.
Other next
I'm done.
moves.
Yes. Do we wish to investigate further this new Shua city? And if so, how ought we to find it? Does anyone know anybody who could perhaps through Dynasty or through other means somehow get us in touch with the representative of these lost boys?
I can make a call.
Yes.
Magnus?
If you're not successful, I do know I have a small Rolodex of war profiteers that I can reach out to as well.
Bucky, this sounds like some folks part of the ecosphere, maybe.
Huh?
I don't know. I wasn't sure if you had anybody that would touch this kind of folk or this area.
Whoa.
I mean, realistically.
Explosives, military. Wasn't sure.
Yeah, I do. Realistically, if you have more of an in because this is kind of who you are as a person.
Not wrong.
Not wrong.
You are not wrong.
Yeah, so Riken, who are you calling? Or who do you want to reach out
So
to?
we will reach out to, what's his name? Scrolling down in my character sheet. That would be Elias Stone, the my old black market kingpin from the Dynasty days in Golden Seal, rare tech and bioweapons.
Okay,
He's also my fencing merchant. So
cool. What was his name again?
Elias Stone.
Elias. Okay. Riken.
Before we continue, anybody have any specific requests other than just getting in and finding this place? Anything else y'all want or need?
Not from me.
Okay, any other information you all may have that would be relevant to me talking to this contact? He's probably got a good end.
Also not from me.
Cool. All right. Then we're set.
No, I don't have
Oh, Elias said hi. Pardon. Elias. Yeah. So we talked before. Told you we were going into the. Did I ever call him or did I wait? I don't remember.
I don't think
Oh, I think I
You
held off.
had
That's why I have all the info.
reached out to him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you didn't actually use any of your contacts. You were like, let's go there first, and then you found out and you started doing the pork market stuff. I think most of you have not used. I mean,
Yeah.
Magnus used quite a few contacts. Relic might have used one. I think the rest of you did not use a heck of a lot.
I still have 14 influence. I'm assuming I didn't touch anything.
Yeah.
So.
I'm guessing, yeah,
Um,
you haven't touched anything for a
Yeah.
couple of missions.
Yeah.
Or at least not fully.
Yeah, those went pretty quickly, and we suddenly were trapped
Yes,
in a room.
you
and my
had
skin
you had
was
reached
melting.
out to. Yes, you had reached out to Elias during the Funhouse mission during Tucson's
Good idea.
estate. Yeah.
Elias, I know it's been a hot minute, but I might be near the pork market, and I'm looking for new Shua.
New Shua. Never heard of it. What's New Shua? That's some kind of tech.
The city, or the unfinished city, basically
I mean, there's tons of
all
those in
of-
China.
true, but this is a central hub for, let's just say, people like me that could not handle society. It's a paramilitary.
Oh.
What was the group's name there?
The Lost Boys.
The Lost Boys.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Lost Boy Wonderland.
Hmm.
Yeah, you should have just said that. New Shua. I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah, I know those guys. Those guys are no joke. Shit.
You get me an introduction?
I don't know if you want an introduction to those guys. I mean, there is a graveyard of government military all throughout that forest. They're a hard crew.
Well, if you need to, you can refer to my background. Just keep the affiliations of the Golden Seal and Dynasty ambiguous, if you'd be so kind. But I feel like they'd have no issues taking me and my crew, as it were.
Well, I guess I suppose you might have a shot, but they well, okay. I mean, I moved through some pretty abstract networks to get them stuff. They don't much like interacting with me or anyone else for that matter outside of the dynasty. But I do procure some weaponry. Again, mostly that's through different contacts I have within the dynasty who actually go and deliver. I've never been to Wonderland.
I figured you hadn't, but I assumed you'd touch someone who did. And with my background, I should be a choice morsel, I would assume.
Yeah, I can reach out. How much influence do you want to throw?
We're going to spend 5.
Okay. Is Elias level 2?
Elias is level 1. No, wait, he's level 1.
Level 1. Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and roll 5 dice.
$19.
19. Okay.
Appreciate it, mate.
Well, I'll reach
That
out to
one
my
down.
contacts, see what I can do. Yeah, I'll be in touch soon.
Don't get yourself in hot water.
Oh no, trust me, never for anyone, Riken. Yeah, but yeah, I'll talk with
Look,
them.
I'm sorry.
if they're-
I'm sorry. I've been with folks that are particularly nice, and it's weird for me, and it's rubbing off. So I apologize.
Yeah, be careful around that shit. It's not healthy.
You're not wrong.
All right, and he hangs up.
Look, I didn't grow up in a happy place. Okay. My friends all were armed heavily, and friends is a rough word.
There's a book by a scion you should really read.
I'm about to bring it up, actually. All right, so I will relay that information. I have someone that will probably be able to get us a meeting. At the very least, a meeting with me, and then I can probably usher you all through the front gates. Hopefully, I can't guarantee it, but this is best I think we have, depending on what anybody else has contact wise.
I may be best served not walking through front gates.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I can stay unseen, but close by.
Probably, I feel like the ones to draw the least attention if we're walking in is me and Bucky. We keep the Scions and you, Magnus, out of eye shot if we can. I didn't give Elias any particulars on you all. I just said I had a team, so.
Well, I wouldn't
But we'll
say
see what
that
happens.
stealth is my forte, but I'd be willing to stay out of sight, especially just some added backup for our friends here.
I'm just worried about the Scion side of this. That's
No, I
they're okay
agree.
with not being nice to y'all. So
Yes, and should word get out there are scions around, it could attract the wrong kind of attention. I understand.
Should we find more information on Nushua and the Lost Boys? Maybe we can go in there with you and Bucky as deliverers, and we are all hidden amongst a delivery or something. Yes.
possibly a shipment angle there.
Yes.
We're all working, and I'm bringing it in for Elias, something along those lines. We'll see.
Yeah. So just an idea to throw out there as we continue.
With that idea, I will, in my brain, write a message and send it to Elias saying, hey, if this helps, we could do a delivery angle or something like that, just as we're talking about it. So
You
Whether
get
you
a
respond or
thumbs
not
up
doesn't matter.
emoji.
Okay.
In the brain thumbs up emoji. You got to watch where that
Yeah.
thing's pointing.
Yeah.
Look at the bottom of it.
exactly.
Gets in your line of sight as you're aiming. It's very dangerous. Yeah.
Just right through the optics. Just
Yeah.
damn it, not again. This is Relic spamming the eggplant emoji at the
Yeah.
custodian.
I don't
What am I
understand
doing?
precisely what this means. Hold on, let me turn it off. I just wanted some eggplant. I'm having a salad.
Yeah, no, it's yeah.
Relic's the Eidolon. We put tape on the remote with the big buttons for the TV. So
Oh, 100%.
I'm sorry, did you say
100%.
eggplant and salad? Because I have problems with that.
Yeah, no. Relic's not a bad cook. Knows.
gotta feed those new recruits.
That's it. Relic is going to shop around a little bit because he needs to repair a little bit of armor. So he's gonna take.
Yes, go ahead and
some
repair
time
your
to leave
armor.
off today.
Yep. While he's off doing that, Magnus and Lyra and anyone else, are you going back to the crime scene? I mean the doctor's office or whatever you called it.
How dare you? Yes, we are going to the operation site.
Okay. You guys arrive at the operation site.
Casual stroll. We're not going
Yeah.
right to it, you know?
Correct. As you're scrolling by, you do see that there is overlay police signage in front of the door saying, under investigation, do not enter.
I'm going
to
We're all
enter
back in the market, right? Where that happened?
No, this isn't the pork market. This was before the pork market.
Hey,
Oh,
Magnus,
oh.
This is just in the sprawl.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
why is your surgery office under investigation?
First off, it is our surgery office.
Oh no,
Yes.
no. I'm not getting looped into this.
Oh, you're already looped into this.
Okay, well.
You're involved
You're not
now. There's no backing out.
Magnus. Oh, sorry.
No,
Were you
you're
going
fine.
in, you said?
Yes, I would like to definitely not return to the scene of the crime, but just investigate it. it seems worthy of investigation. Maybe there are notes or a pad or something.
Okay. Are you just like walking in? How are you doing this?
No, I'm not just walking in. So the tape is up.
It's overlay. So it's not like actual tape. It's like a blaring overlay signage in front of the door.
So, do I have any familiarity with seeing this? Like, if I walk through the overlay signage, it's gonna go like beep, 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 or anything like that?
Go ahead and make a net diving check.
That's what I'm saying. Born and bred net diver right here. Let me just make sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm very aware that your entire team is just very good at net diving.
We
and cannot-
are tech savvy.
Tech savvy, although a 16 ain't bad.
That's not bad at all.
It ain't bad. It's not going to send off any sort of alarm. However, you suspect that there is likely some kind of probably triggered programming to prevent, if somebody goes into the scene, that will somehow notify and or track individuals who enter a crime scene by the police.
I have another way that I wish to do this without walking in directly. I would like to turn on my MMW and just see if there is anyone in the first portion of the building, if I can walk around and see if anyone is in there investigating currently.
Building is vacant.
Well, I'll return and say, it seems as though the swine may have caught the attention of the authorities. That's all I know. How about that?
How about
I'm not going to say job well done, but if you all wanted to.
Open shut case. I did it.
Magnus is so great. Magnus is the kind of guy that look at a kid and be like, Santa doesn't exist, and if he did, he'd be very bad at business. Don't be like that. Oh god, everything about him is so great.
He's
I
a
just
shady
love
Ukrainian
this guy.
businessman. That's what he is.
I love this guy so much.
Riken, you're getting a call back from Elias.
Elias.
All right. So, yeah, like a shipment idea could work. But you're gonna have to work through the dynasty. And I pretty much told them what you guys want to do, because I'm not gonna keep anything from them, otherwise they're gonna come back and it's my skin on the line. So if you want to pull this off and go in, you need to be vetted by the dynasty first, at least this way.
You have any other thoughts and options? Because Dynasty's not a good route to go. If we go the Dynasty route, they're probably just gonna kill me.
Well, I mean, you don't need to say what side you fought on, yeah?
Well, I guess technically.
I mean, heck, I don't even
technically
remember what
helped them.
side you fought on.
I was part of Golden Seal, and I sabotaged them for, and yeah. So technically, I guess I would be an ally.
Wait, no, didn't the Golden Seal fight with the Dynasty?
Yeah, but I was on the Golden Seal side sabotaging. You were part of it. Not to throw you on the bus.
Yeah, but you were sabotaging the Dynasty.
No, Golden Seal from within.
Oh. Huh. Guess I forgot that.
Openly, I fought on. For the stream, I actually, just before we had this conversation, had to go back and read it myself. I had completely forgotten. Because I thought I fought for Dynasty. Which technically I did by sabotaging Golden Seal.
But I mean, we're talking when you were a kid. I mean, you gotta even remember.
Who knows?
Regardless, if you go this route, you're gonna have to interact with the Dynasty. I mean, you could try and, I don't know, go in by air or something like that, but they're pretty well equipped out there. I mean, they are paramilitary.
All right, we'll get back to you. I appreciate it. I'll talk with everybody, and we'll see what we can do.
Sounds good.
Thanks, mate. Take care.
Like,
Sorry, doing an audio adjustment. All right, I'm gonna relay that to everybody. Like, we don't have a huge window. I mean, we have an option. He's sketchy because this group is real violent. Not exactly stable, as we discussed. We have a shipment option to go through the front door, but I need to get vetted by the Dynasty before that happens.
oh, sorry. Elias made it clear. Y'all need to be vetted by the
Y'all
Dynasty.
need to be vetted by the Dynasty. So if anybody has any qualms with that,
What does vetting
just
mean?
know
What do you mean vetting?
they're gonna look at your background. They're gonna stick you in a room, probably with a bag on your head, in the dark, until they confirm who and what we are. Obviously, we can
Cute.
push back against some of that. The whole, not gonna relinquish our weapons situation, but that's all up in the air.
This frankly
Might just start
seems
a
like
fight.
a way that we would end up with not one enemy but two. I would be rather hesitant to go this route. Perhaps.
I mean, do we
there's-
have
Go ahead.
do we have to be enemies with the Dynasty?
Well, I'm just saying.
I feel like all roads at this
No.
point, like we have been trying to evade, like, dealing with the Dynasty, and at this point, like, every time we do something, it just goes back to the Dynasty.
Well, I mean, that's the ruling.
This kind of
The ruling
Dynasty.
Yeah,
is-
they're kind of
Yeah,
Yard.
they're sort of
Yeah.
they're kind of a big.
They won the war
This
of the
is
woods.
their
in the end.
area. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying is, like, no matter what, at some point, we're gonna have to interact with them. So
Sure, but we also don't necessarily want to put our heads right down on the chopping block, right?
Yes, I suppose I would have, from someone who's a bit of an idealist, expected perhaps a little bit more resistance to the idea of working with a giant criminal group, but I suppose, if you just wish to be expedient, that is one thing we could do.
it's not that no, please don't think it's me just being like, oh ho, let's work with them. But it's like every time we get information about something, obviously because we are in their lands, at some point there's going to be at some point we're going to have to talk to them. At some point we're going to not have to technically, have to work with them, but I don't see a reason for us to go in assuming animosity, maybe like hesitancy or distrust to make sure that we're still alive at the end of the day. But I don't feel like we can literally do anything without getting through them at this point.
Well, we look at alternative options and directions to take. We don't necessarily. If we walk in there, we're going to walk in trying to make friends and not enemies.
Correct.
That's my mindset. We're not looking in there to pick a fight. That's the whole goal, is to avoid that. As we're looking for more information, and we're trying to get our hands on the swine in the end.
But we could make some money in the meantime as well. I mean, they are known for making money as long as we're there.
I don't
No,
argue
that's
with
okay.
that.
All right, just throwing
a-
it out there.
As I like side eye look at Lyra, like, let's not die.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like,
Mom!
I'm just saying, maybe if we're lucky, they ask us to do something for them as a sign of trust, right? And we get to go out and do a little bit of that, whatever it is, probably not anything too atrocious, and then we come back, we're in their graces and can move forward.
If we're
Um,
lucky.
ideally, yes. But also, Bucky was going to get a date, and that wasn't ideal either, so
Indeed.
Bucky's
We
never
did
going to
get
live.
a
See, the
Yeah.
funny part is it's such a great scenario, but all of us just followed her like we were puppies
Yeah. Oh yeah.
the
oh,
whole
yeah,
way
oh, yeah.
through. So
Oh yeah.
it's a group effort.
we did
There was
get
no
a
There was
hand
no
from that.
back talk then, so there's not going to be any back talk now.
Riken.
So
Riken, the last thing is Elias pings you a coordinates for Lost Boy Wonderland. Like, you decide to go another way about it. Good luck, Godspeed. Here's where it's at.
do you want me to see if there's any other option, Riken?
Well, I mean,
Is that-
we're exploring now, you know?
Yeah.
If you have an idea.
Okay.
So, well, and if you don't have someone too, that's okay. like I don't know your terrace background, your eco terrace background, and the corporate stuff very well, and I don't know if any cross paths with Dynasty or not. So
I mean, there's the best friend. I can call Sable because she knows military relations. So if there's any understanding of Lost Boy,
Is she government?
yeah, she's military relations, hired stealth op, and government intel.
Okay. So she's more the government military side of things versus
Yeah. So
or
there's
higher military side of things.
I can call her. I don't know if it'll yield any extra additional information or something that could be helpful, but if you're really against Dynasty being option A,
well, Dynasty might be option B, C, and D as well. We're just exploring. At this
Yeah.
point, you know.
How far away is New Shua City?
Yeah,
With,
but not by AV. You're probably looking at least 8 hours, if not longer, because the roads don't go anywhere near it.
Yeah.
AV can get you there pretty fast. Yeah, 3 or 4 hours. And then that 8 hours not by AV wouldn't include trekking through the jungle / southern forest to actually arrive there.
With Relic's question, I'll send everybody the location ping too. Make sure if you share this location, it's with someone you trust and it's not going to go anywhere. I don't want this to get back to Elias.
I mean, as strange as it sounds, perhaps the quickest way is just to get ourselves there. There's no vetting. We've got a team that is fairly good at sneaking around. I think that entering a locked facility is something that could be well within our wheelhouse. That way we wouldn't need to interact with Dynasty, and likely it would be swifter than them having to get to know us and trust us, invest us, all of that. A thought, perhaps.
Yeah, as the stealth comment comes out, I just kind of raise an eyebrow and look at his plate armored self.
Oh, you misunderstand. I'm terrible at it. Yes. No, that comment was for the rest of the team. I will find a way to a good point of ingress, perhaps created by a member of this team here, but I shall not be the most sneaky member of this team. That is certainly true.
Maybe we can go a simpler route, right? These lost boys, they have needs, and they reach out to individuals such as the Dynasty to have them fulfilled. Maybe we can make ourselves available for such a niche group to tend to their needs, which will get us as a group in the door on a neutral playing field to have discussions with them.
Yes,
We just need access to their job board, right? That
Yes.
type of
I know it is not the best connection, or at least the most comfortable, but the fact that we do have somebody with very similar lived experience may be a foot in the door, a connection able to be made. It wouldn't raise suspicions necessarily. Just a thought.
As I'm reading again all of my backstory stuff.
Yes, I know everything about this.
How
In a minute.
How
it says right here, I'm a member of the Lost Boys. Wow.
What do you know? Wow.
Jeepers.
Yeah, I was
How,
not a fan of the Golden Seal. So
How long ago was the War Within the Woods?
War Within the Woods ended in 2178, I believe.
Yep.
I have it
78,
pulled up.
2171. I got it up here. So.
Yep.
2171 started through 78.
And it's
so.
2198, very end of 2198. So over, right around 20 years ago.
And Lyra, I don't know your contacts well either. Anything that might be applicable here by chance?
I mean, now that I have a location, I can maybe give that to my sister and see if she can pull up any kind of satellite footage, give us an idea of the size and layout of the structure.
I will any topological information,
Yeah.
topographical information. I will
I-
100%.
I will do that. I
like
will forward.
topological, though.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
a
There's a logic to that, Topo.
I mean, it is a thing, but it's
Yeah,
in a 3D
no,
world, so.
It's a good.
Yeah,
It's a good.
I will.
Apology.
I will pass that address along to Nova. The location.
Yeah, it goes pretty quickly, and she sends back to you all. One second, I will upload the topological map of Nushua.
Tell your sister it is the future. She is taking forever to get us this information. She's running on 2025 technology. Wow, no. She needs to
Why
get
don't you say
herself-
that to Nova's face? I would love to see her reaction.
I would rather not.
I take it back.
I do not take it back.
But no confrontation.
I do not see her face often, though.
Well, neither of us do.
Mm,
Oh, I'm excited.
never mind, that's not gonna work. Okay, I'm just gonna explain it to you guys.
You can send me the image too if it makes it easier. I just put it on screen.
No, I would have to doctor it up a little bit. So,
Gotcha.
in general, there's nothing there. Don't worry, guys. It's fine. In general, you see, I mean,
Wasteland.
it's pretty large. The last aerial footage is actually fairly dated. It looks like it was over a year and a half ago. You also realize once you get through the footage that the end is a rocket hitting the aerial vehicle that flew over Nushua and it going down. It's a whole bunch of like concrete metal structures, like starting maybe some 20 stories high, others not, but all kind of gutted, walls collapsing. The forest is basically growing around most of these structures, but you do see that there are clear signs of militarization, sandbags around different streets that were being put in, or dirt roads that would become streets. At the center of the city is what looks like a massive foundation of an arcology that maybe goes up about 30 stories, but basically just the like collapsing skeleton of it. Yeah, I mean, we're talking probably would have been a city that could have supported a whole hell of a lot of people. Now most of it has been reclaimed, but it does seem like there's one section of it on the western side of the city, and of the western side of the arcology that has been kept fairly clear of the growth, what you assume is thanks to the Lost Boys.
How do they recruit?
I don't
Do
know.
they
This,
recruit? Isn't it just a group of boys that have been there the entire time?
Well, it's not like the dynasty stopped using children in their war or in their fight. Like, it's not off limits to these groups. So I'm sure there's factions and groups within itself. Albeit that's depending on unless there's a leader that's unified, because they will look for leadership.
The Piper. Yes, so we just need to seem unstable and vulnerable to the Piper so they can swoop in. Maybe we create a bit of chaos or false manufacture a bit of chaos. So he reaches out to us and says, hey, you look like the people for me. And we say, yes, I think so.
Can I also have, sorry, one last thing. Can I have everybody make an awareness check
Yes.
while watching through the footage and stuff?
5. 6, sorry.
Magnus. Oh, woof. You must have rolled a lot of ones.
14.
3 ones. Plus 3.
10, 14. I heard.
Yeah.
20.
Oh.
Nice.
Okay.
There you go.
16 on my own.
16. Okay. Bucky, Lyra, and Riken, you all definitely note that there are what looks to be like tanks within the city, operable tanks.
Like we're looking at
So-
the footage.
Yeah, in the footage, it's just you catch it off and in the various sides of movement, but then you're like, oh yeah, that is a military vehicle, maybe
Armored
Tharson.
tracked vehicle.
Yeah, or Akatory. Yeah, definitely not. I mean, which just states to how well armed. Lyra, you notice a figure precariously standing atop a 20-foot tower-like structure, incomplete. Like, you're not even sure how the figure got up there, but like literally standing on a single I-beam that kind of stretches up into the sky, and just kind of, yeah, standing erect like it's no big deal. Very, very tiny, but you're like, that's a human up there.
I will for sure make sure to point that out to everyone. Make sure everyone can notice it.
Lyra, can I have you make a insight check for me?
Intuition, yeah.
Intuition. God, I get it every time. I was like, oh no, it's not intuition, it's insight. Oh no, it's intuition. Yes, thank you.
18.
Lyra, you don't know why, but you just get like this kind of lump in your stomach. Like this sort of sixth sense, like just doesn't feel great.
Something. Does the feeling pertain directly to this figure I'm seeing?
Yeah, it's at the time that you see this figure.
This is something's very wrong. Something's very wrong with this.
Like they are
With,
enslaved.
No, it's this figure right here. I don't know if that's the Piper or who that person might be, but does it sound ridiculous to say it just gives me a horrible feeling?
I am not the best with feeling. I'll
Um,
leave this to someone else.
While she's making those comments, I'll grab. But can we have like are we out in public, or are we back in the hotel?
I'm assuming that you guys were back at the hotel.
Yeah.
They had come back and Relic had replaced his armor and stuff.
Is there like a coffee table where I can project like the image and an AR can come up in the middle so we can all look at an image? All right. So I will project that same topological as imagery, and I'll try to start zooming
Enhance.
into this figure
Enhance.
on top of it. Just enhance.
Yeah, the camera quality. Go ahead, and anybody who'd like to make a medicine check and make a medicine check just to try. I mean, we're not talking about any sort of detail. Like it's super, super blurry. But we're talking about base anthropological stuff.
14.
19.
10.
I'm not even gonna roll.
Alright, perfect.
I have
I am
Bucky,
no-
did
not
you
a
roll?
doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
I can roll.
No, you don't need to, unless Magnus and Relic, it's definitely female. Just based off of body composite, like just build in general. You can't really make anything else out but female. Dark as far as like clothing and stuff. It just looks like a blackish blob. Lyra, also like as he's zooming in and the image, like it's like replaying the whole thing on a loop, essentially. At the very end, you also notice a small interaction going on down below in the street between several figures. If you want to zoom in, you could try and do that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Can I have you make a civics check? Anybody else can too. You see Lyra zooming into another part of the city within the view of the aerial.
God, take 14.
15.
Nice. Sound good.
Oh, very nicely this evening.
All
So
right.
just to throw a reference out there to what we're doing, let me put my hands up to the camera and start.
Yeah.
Good old Minority Report.
Sorry, just rung true.
So good.
As you zoom in, okay, so Magnus and Relic, you guys, 3 of the individuals are clearly military. The 4th, you're like, that is a white doctor's jacket.
Ooh.
There are scientists, at least.
Yes.
And then
Sorry, go ahead.
No. And then the AV goes down. Yep, from the rocket.
I can't say for sure, but yes, indeed. The fact there are scientists there might indicate if the swine is not there himself, they may know where he is.
There is an intuition that I have that the swine has passed. I believe this is his pupil, but this is unfounded. Just something that has been moving around my brain.
Perhaps.
Keep this in mind.
In any case, I think this is our strongest lead, at least right now, to track him down, or at the very least, solidify his demise.
So the real question is, there are all kinds of reasons for us to visit this new Shua in some way, shape, or form to clarify or debunk theories. How will we go? We are back around to plan A, B, C. B for Bucky.
Do you want me to call Sable? I don't know if it's actually gonna be beneficial because she's like
We do
government.
not know unless we ask.
Okay. We
We
can
could,
also have more time with Ragnar, who is in the criminal activity of it, but I don't think this is his.
He's Arvin Nordica, right?
Yeah.
Not that, I mean, Arvin Nordica is active in the GAF as well.
Yeah.
And they are around arms moving. You're not sure Arvin Nordica would have any better of a position than Riken's independent black market arms dealer.
Yeah.
I can reach out to a war profiteer.
I mean, I can call Sable. And I mean, we can also, if we need to, I literally can have her come be stealth op. So
What do you mean?
she's hired stealth op, so she can come here and help us if we need her to. She's the most stealthy of us all, like.
Really? Okay.
1 minute.
Okay, I wasn't trying to offend you. Listen, I don't need the cold shoulder at this point because you're already giving me quite the attitude.
Never thought I'd advocate for contacting a war profiteer, but just look heavily militarized.
And I mean, if Bucky has a friend who can help get us in if needed, I'm not opposed to following through with the dynasty if we have someone who can get us in.
It just
I mean, it
requires
wouldn't-
us, if we go that route, to jump through a bunch of hoops, right?
It is not a bad idea to call Sable, Bucky.
Yes.
Just don't make
might-
any statements you will regret, like she is most stealthy of all of us. That is.
I don't
that's
regret
unfounded.
that. I mean, I don't regret that at all. You're the
Who
one
wants to
giving
go
me
with me back to
sass.
secondary location. Hey, how about you, maybe? Let's see. Yeah,
I don't need sass from either of you, actually. I'm not going to be taking any sass, thank you very much.
Bucky's just like sitting in the corner waiting to call somebody. She's like flicking the top of a grenade, just like
Blow us up.
playing with an
need that.
explosive.
Literally.
I love it.
Okay.
So are you
So-
calling your contact, Bucky?
Yeah, we'll call Sable.
Before Bucky does that, I'll send also a copy of the zoomed in shots that we did, and then the location and data, of course, just in case they need more information or she needs it. So.
Okay.
I have 14.
Wait, you're sending that to who? To Bucky?
To Bucky, I just want to make sure whatever I was zooming in and
alright, yeah,
building.
yeah.
I have 14 influence. I'll throw like 5 at this.
Okay. Good evening, Bucky.
Hi, Sable.
I hope you're doing well.
I mean, I almost got trafficked into, being a slave, but that's a different conversation we can have that I'm still being given sass for by people who don't need to be giving me sass, actually. But I was wondering if I could pick your brain about something that we're all kind of, like, probably gonna find ourselves in. I'm sending you over a GPS location and like really crappy screenshots. We don't have any type of enhancement,
For what exactly?
We're trying to get into this new shoe place, also called Lost Boys Wonderland. Lost Boys.
Oh, a paramilitary outfit.
Yeah, I wanted to pick your brain on like if you have any information on them or know how to get in, because right now our only option is to go through the dynasty.
Yes, that sounds about correct. Militaries in the surrounding area of the GAF have not utilized the Lost Boys in quite some time due to their brutality and in general, they're a bunch of things.
Yeah?
Needless to say, as far as the military front goes, I don't have any means of getting you or your team in unless you want to attempt an airdrop. It is a possibility, however,
Wait.
Go ahead and roll your influence dice.
Okay. Would you want to come with?
Are you asking that?
Yeah. Would
Okay.
you want to come with if I
Well,
get
first use your
here?
influence dice. Yeah. I just want to make sure that that was being asked or not during
Yeah.
this conversation.
6, 12, 18, 19, 23, 24, 25.
On 5 dice?
Yeah, 6, 6, 6, 5, 2. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have
Good
to start
lord,
having
save
you
that for the
rolling.
fight.
I'm gonna have to have. I know, but this is like Bucky's every roll. Bucky, I think you have some loaded dice.
Yeah.
Loaded
Did
dice.
you microwave these dice?
No.
Yeah, I
Oh
think
my
so.
God.
I got them from Second and Charles. Look, they're so pretty.
All
It's
right,
a
all right.
mushroom.
What do you-
We'll
you
see if it
microwave the one
continues.
up?
We
Yeah.
might need to have some conversations because your rolling doesn't ever seem to not be hot. Okay.
I mean, I don't know what you want from me.
So, yes, I could accompany you in, though I really would not like to. What would you have me do if I was to come into Lost Boy Wonderland? What are you looking to do, Bucky?
I mean, it sounds like right now, and I can confirm with my team when we're done talking, but we just, I guess, need some type of inn. I think that's what it is like we just need some type of inn, and if that means there's an airdrop or we have you, my, humble best stealth op out there, I'm saying this to you in a way that glad that I'm not having this conversation externally. If you could get us in?
Like I said before, I can get you in. We could order a stealth flyover and drop operation with you and your team, myself included. However, that is fairly costly, Bucky, but there is interest from the military community on getting both intel and weaponry and other things that once belonged to the militaries.
Perfect, so it would benefit both of us.
Correct, but that would go that what I, and by I mean my authorities, deem as required to be recoverable, we are allowed to recover.
What does that imply?
Well, mostly military equipment belonging to the Lost Boys. A great deal of it
Okay.
has been stolen or illegally moved to them from different military operations in the GAF.
Okay.
So if I go in with you and you find a lovely weapon on the ground, but that belongs to the military, I will be confiscating it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a fair.
As well as any military intel of the Lost Boys.
Okay. Okay. Let me take it all back to my team and plan potentially.
That's
If this
understood.
is
I will talk with my superiors and see what is in order, but like I said, it has been quite a long time, over a year since any sort of surveillance were conducted of the Lost Boys, so it's certainly within a reasonable request to try and get a stealth operation to gather more intel on their actions.
okay.
Let me know what you and your team decide.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, she hangs up.
And I'm gonna kind of retell all of this without saying that I said that she was the best stealth op. Let everyone know that, we have a potential if we want to make this plan A or B. We could do an airdrop or have her stealth off with the assistance from her.
Stable, yeah.
But also that it would mean that we would have to include, oh my gosh, I forgot who she works for. Let me pull her up real quick. Apex Security.
Oh, she's Apex Security.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she was a military operative.
Nope. That's her
Okay.
background. That's where she comes from.
Understood. It still stands. Apex Security would want their pick of equipment for compensation for a
Yeah.
stealth drop.
I think it is imperative that we negotiate our needs with people in these positions. If they wish to pick things clean, that is fine. We must make sure we have unfettered access to what we require to fulfill our mission. That must be in the contract, yes, so there is no conflict. Do you agree?
Okay.
I just want to make very clear, really, what we are looking for is a a single data record, and as long as they are willing to, or we are sneaky, as many of us are, not me, but as many of us are, as long as we able to have that, I suppose this could be a more efficient route to some answers for us, hopefully, at the very least.
I think any access to any and all medical research and development on site would be under our purview. If we can negotiate that with them, they keep the weapons, we take the science.
Okay.
I'm completely happy with that.
I'm reviewing the brief too. How much can we share with them about what we're looking for? Because again,
Yeah.
I mean, we could
I'm
just
Not
say.
sure what we are looking for, just that's the area of expertise that we will
Yeah.
be covering.
well,
Any
that falls within
medical-
their purview based on that blanket statement I heard.
Any medical or record files that we find? I mean, is that
Again, based on what you told me, she said they have the fair pick of everything. So unless she acquiesces to the and then again, can we share
well?
what
They
we're looking
specifically
for?
mean.
Right.
I think their whole thing is weapons that the Lost Boys have stolen. So,
And
I mean,
don't
I
like
can
that
have a
assumption.
conversation with her and like be like, we need first access to records that are found.
Yeah, because we're looking for the human solution stuff, the file, the what is it, the 123 EGPH.
EGDH. Yep.
Find out what happened to the swine, and then there's corporate experimental data records. Yeah, I'm just worried about the file. That is, of course, if we want to do the stealth and just go in there and try and take it and figure out what's going on.
I would
little
also
more-
request that any persons of interest related to scientific development on site remain unharmed by them.
Well, I think I will get like understanding with that. I think her whole idea is that they just want surveillance because there hasn't been any surveillance on this group, and anything worthy that they stole, i.e. weapons kind of thing. But I can definitely relay this back and see if there's any pushback with.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it if we clarify. I mean, she's your friend, but she works for bigger entities than herself.
Maybe
And
we can
this
get a
area-
contract and review it.
And in this area, contracts or not, there's not a lot of accountability. So I'm just cautious.
Okay.
Are you calling back? Is this what then you guys are going to explore this as long as you have first dibs on the scientific records?
Specifically
And as
scientific
long as-
records, and if there's
Yeah.
anyone still alive, personnel,
Ah, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that would be
So I
my.
guess
or at least not harmed. If personnel related to it,
By then.
not
Yeah.
yeah, by them.
before we make all of that, or sorry, before we choose for sure, what happens after we land? Like, what's the goal by going in stealth-wise? What are we circumventing, and then what are we going for? We have a general idea where the swine and this other individual was, possibly the Piper, the tower, correct? And we don't have a lot of information on what we're running into. So, and then of course, and of course we'll ask her what they're bringing to the table, because it's not just your friend, right? If they're sending a whole stealth drop, I'm assuming they'll have a team. But that could
Maybe,
be me assuming, right?
I would
maybe.
imagine we do not leave immediately. We set the op, we get information on the facility itself, and then we take a look at what is happening inside. But yes, we go in to get a file and identify the swine potentially, or their pupil, and that is our entire goal. And then we go to evac, which they will hopefully have set up because it is their stealth mission.
Yeah, as long as we check those boxes, everybody cool with whole stealth in and stealth out, I suppose.
It
course.
removed the whole dynasty, which you're terrified of, so.
I'm not terrified of them.
Well, that is a
Whoa,
very
bro.
rude way of going about this. You're just
The
You're gassing
reason I
him up
avoid the
over here.
dynasty
You don't really.
is simply because it could put either myself or you all at risk, but that's a chance.
Yeah.
I have other things, other avenues to take with dynasty if it comes to a confrontation, not necessarily violence. So.
Yes. Remember, of course, too. My kind is not remarkably common. Any sort of syndicate that could look into my past would recognize my own abilities, and I would be worried to put myself in their custody. Unsavory things may happen.
As you say that, I nod to you and Lyra, the scions in our group.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Bucky, you're calling back Sable?
Yep.
Yes, Bucky. Have you and your team come to a conclusion?
Yeah, I think it'll actually be beneficial for both of us. They all kind of want a contract in place, which I assume that Apex would probably want a contract just for whatever you guys are able to.
No, Apex strictly does not want a formal contract. This is
Okay.
off the books.
Yeah,
However,
it makes sense.
Apex Security does plan on selling the reconnaissance information to localized governments,
Okay.
since reconnaissance hasn't happened.
Okay. The only thing on the table which they want contract, this is specifically why they want a contract, is because we are currently trying to find specific medical/science records, and so they wanted insurance that we would be able to have the first look and keep the singular file that we need, hopefully if there are others related to it, and that your people don't kill anyone that might be related to that.
Are you saying this out loud, or is this all in your head, by the way?
In my head.
Okay.
Are they military in nature, the science?
no.
No, I don't believe so.
You know so, or you don't believe so?
I know so.
If they're not military, then Apex has no interest. It's not going to be of value in exchange in the market. You can have any take of civilian military science data, and certainly the hope is to go in quiet. It will be only me, Bucky.
Okay.
Going with you as a team. My job is reconnaissance and maybe limited military procurement as deemed necessary.
Okay.
Should something of value be located. I prefer not to get violent. Again, these are not.
So
the
your
sort of
job,
people
you're
who
strictly
are
here for
necessary.
reconnaissance. There's not going to be any hopeful...
I mean, I will keep myself alive when
Yeah.
necessary.
Understood.
Finally,
Is there...
Let's go ahead.
Is there like, do you have evac coming, or do you need us to plan evac?
Evac will be on foot.
Okay.
I can get us in. Getting out is up to you and myself to move out of through the premises.
Okay.
By whatever means we determine. My plan
Okay.
was to host.
Okay. All right. Let me take this back to them. The other thing, which you said, what's the cost of everything for us?
No, I said I am getting information that Apex Security
Okay.
can sell to localized governments, updated reconnaissance information, as well as any items that I deem in military nature,
Valuable.
any items that could be valuable in
Okay.
returning to these governments who have lost them. There is profit in that for Apex Security. that will cover the cost of an airdrop
Okay. All right. Well,
in my time.
if you want to give me time, I can tell you when my team is ready or get back to you on that.
That could work, though I would need a couple of days of preparation beforehand.
Perfect.
So
All right.
ideally, the sooner you can get me the information of if and when you want to deploy, the better it is for the planning and with the company.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. I'll let you know, Sable.
Sounds good.
All right. Bye.
He hangs up. Okay.
I'll relay everything as usual and just be like, do you just want me to have her on speaker next time? Would you guys like to be on speaker?
Yeah, you should always share with all of us. I mean, we
Okay.
are all in here, right? I mean, unless there is something you wish to hide. So, did Sable say it would just be them and you? Is that what you just relayed to me?
Well, us, the team, and her.
You're sure of this?
Yes.
All right.
I mean,
with
I can clarify if it's just going to be her and I. Maybe it should be her and I or
sounded like
some.
she was
Of
the
course,
only
it
one
should not
cutting
be
it.
you and her. You were just almost
Absolutely.
a pleasure slave.
We have spoken about secondary locations, and you want not to
Sable
go
is trustworthy. Sable is helping.
I do not believe Sable is helping anyone but themselves after your second conversation.
She works for Apex. She's a good girl. She just her employer. I mean, it's getting us in without having to go through Dynasty. So at this point,
Well,
No.
for
I would
free,
prefer to,
for free, by the way.
oh, it's not for free.
from the outset, just remind all of you that you need, and you need no reminding. I am not a remarkably stealthy individual. I move with intention and purpose.
I hear you. Do not worry. Sable is a top tier stealth individual. They will cover you completely, according to Bucky. No need to worry there.
You're giving me a
You are
lot of
covered.
sass, mister. When you almost sold your daughter to
Back away from the
a
mic,
pig
Kel.
farmer.
You're killing her
You're not my
audio.
daughter.
Yeah.
Don't scream in the mic, please.
Screaming in the mic is not ideal.
I couldn't get to your audio EQ fast.
yeah.
I'm scrolling down the window like,
You're not my daughter.
no.
You've made it very clear. You're very sassy right now. Do you need a snack? Are you hungry? How about another
with-
liver? Since you didn't tell me about that.
Okay.
So with that, as
We good?
I'm about to like spray bottle Levi, cool her down. So with that, I'm like, this will cost us. She is looking for something specific, or at least the data itself is
Yeah.
what we're being told. The non-specific, her discretion about what's what and what she considers military is my only concern. I don't know your individual. I understand and appreciate you trust her. This is a place where if she decides to cause problems, not a lot of guarantees out here.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing is, as she said, she will keep herself alive, but much like us, we need to keep ourselves alive as well.
Yeah, so that's my only concern. If we're going down this route, we're doing all the heavy lifting for the drop off, which I understand. It gets us under the what looks like evident missile fire, which is a great thing to avoid. Definitely not going in the daytime, unless we take a different route, right?
Yes, and going with the dynasty route makes me remarkably nervous. Not that this doesn't, but I unless there are other options, I fear working with Dynasty for myself and also for Lyra.
Yeah, I
Alright,
think that's the
listen,
more
I-
dangerous route to go, is to go the Dynasty route. I like Kel's stealth option a better, or sorry, Levi's stealth option a little better. That being said, I think we need to go find some more information on either Lost Boys, or maybe not talk about their location, but maybe a little more info on the individuals there. We really haven't explored that other than satellite footage. So.
I actually am going to attempt to get more information on the location, but like maybe more intimate data on the inside of the facility. Maybe this will give us information on the people. I'm unsure. I'm going to really just cast a line on some of this. Maybe I somewhat broad, right? Location and people that have been dealt with. So,
Were you contacting Magnus?
I am going to contact Andrea Foreman, the geopolitics, war profiteering, government and corporate relations specialist.
Okay. Magnus, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing quite well. How are you, Andrea?
Good as ever.
I will move past chit chat. I am in need of information. There is a group known as the Lost Boys. Have you ever heard this name? Out in the I can't remember what area are we? Are they?
You're in the GAF.
I know you're in the GA. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Can't say I have, though they sound paramilitary.
It is paramilitary. The remains of the child soldiers led to their own chaotic group by an individual known as the Piper.
Sounds like the kind of paramilitary you want to keep in mind. What was their information again?
They are known as the Lost Boys, and they are made of the remnants of
Yes,
the
but
broken
Magnus,
children.
like a contact person. Do you have one?
Oh, I see. Well, I can maybe establish this. However, I need information from their facility. Maybe if you can make the connection to the facility, I would happily fall back into the role of liaison for you, as I may have done in the past.
You want me to reach out to this outfit and see if they're up for contract?
Yes, and I need more information on the facility and the people within. I was unsure if you had worked with them in the past. It seems as though maybe you had not. But just as good if you wish to set up contact directly, maybe we can sell them some things.
Yes, I mean, I like the idea of contacting them. I don't believe I've worked with them in the past. But to be honest, Magnus, I work with a lot of paramilitaries. It's hard to
They're
keep
in
track of them all.
New Shua is the location. Maybe look up the remnants of the fallen arc. They call that megalithic
Arcology?
structure.
Oh,
Yes,
Arcology.
thank you. Yes, it escapes me.
Well, I'll
I will
take
be
a look.
giving
How much
Brendan
influence? How much influence do you want to throw?
I'm gonna spend 5. That's
Okay.
what I've got left. Let me look. Andrea is only level 1. I've not really used Andrea.
I don't think. Yeah, I think this is your first time using it.
Yeah. So 1 doesn't get anything, right? Or do they just? I don't remember.
Yeah, one is nothing. It's just base.
Got it. Perfect. 15.
15. All right. I know several people in the GAF who work with different paramilitaries. Let me try and get in touch, see if I can't get a good line, see what they're open to contract, what sort of force they have, and what sort of equipment they're packing.
Thank you very much. A delight, as always.
Take care, Magnus, and thank you for highlighting this nice opportunity. She hangs up.
Of course.
Are we able to take a break? at
Yeah,
all?
we're gonna take a break now.
sweet.
Why don't we take a 15? Be back around 7:25.
Beautiful. Sounds good.
All right, y'all catch you in a bit.
And we are back. And I said that really excitedly. So we are back. The team has made plans, or are in the process of making plans, but it sounds like it's a consensus. We are going to airdrop through an Apex Security reconnaissance unit, mainly consisting of just one single person, Sable, Bucky's contact, into the Lost Boy Wonderland deep in the forest of southern China, to infiltrate, find the swine or Dr. Nguyen or both, and the information you seek for the contract. Is that right? There's no plan for escape, but there is not yet. But there is at least the method of getting in, and you are reasonably sure, it being Apex Security and all that, probably you've got a pretty good stealth HV that will be dropping you in, that will not fall prone to the reconnaissance vehicle the local military was using to try and spy on Lost Boy Wonderland a year and a half ago.
Yes. Unless another option presents itself, I think this is at least Relic is most comfortable with.
So it is I will say early afternoon in Beijing. Magnus had just reached out to what's her name? Andrea?
Andrea.
Yeah. Had just reached out to Andrea, and Andrea is pulling on her strings to see if she can get in contact with the Lost Boys, as what is very evident to Magnus and everybody else, that she is very excited about getting yet another paramilitary that she can use in her war profiteering franchise. So this actually seems far less a favor for Magnus and far more a new plaything for Andrea.
I like the franchise idea of war crimes. It's like war crimes but with a Z, and it's like now
War
crimes.
War crimes.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
look here,
Perfect.
it's not a war crime the first time. So
Not until it's coded.
Not
Yeah,
just
that's
rule.
like
ask
Yeah.
Canada
Yeah,
about
correct.
that. For anybody who doesn't know, go look at Canada's background in war crimes. It's not great.
A whole lot we can open up.
I would let everyone know that.
No shade on Canadians in the stream, by the way.
No. We love the Canadians. It's just funny history.
Oh,
So.
yes,
Canadian
it's-
American here. Love Canada.
Yeah, Brandon is
As your
Canadian.
southern neighbor, I am thrilled with you.
Yeah. Just thinking a second. Hold on.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
An option potentially for, let's say, Relic, you had mentioned you're not the one to sneak around. Maybe we pull several of these strings, and yes, there is a group that is doing reconnaissance stealthily, but there is another one on behalf of an agent that is walking in the front doors, not only to provide distraction, but also to potentially help a friend of mine get in contact with this group. This could be good on many levels for many people.
I would agree. I think perhaps a multiple entrances would be preferable. And a friend of yours is a friend of mine. I should think.
Relic has no idea who she actually is.
Of course, yes.
I think multiple points would be very wise.
My thought is actually in earnest, maybe even before we go in stealthily, to walk in and just complete this for my friend and gain our own on-site reconnaissance while we simply fulfill this deal. There is no complication. We are not actually searching for the swine at this point. We are not actually trying to execute on anything. We walk in, take a look around, see what we can see with our boots on the ground, fulfill this for a friend of mine, and then go into our recon with the security team, having already been on site, seeing some of their facilities.
I like covering extra angles. Something else we could explore too, information-wise. We made a lot of impressions in the pit in Relic. We're able to dig up some more information from some loose tongues and a little liquor in the market. That is.
It's interesting. Yes.
I wouldn't say no to some more pork either. That megabore was quite tasty. Yes, yes.
I don't think any of this is a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Okay. So, Magnus is waiting to hear back from Andrea. So, what is everybody doing in the meantime then?
We're sending Bucky by herself back to the pork market to get information.
Yeah.
That sounds like
Actually, I do
the
have a
idea.
question. I do have a question regarding the potential our recon mission. I'm unsure how sizable they would want the group to be that is meeting, whether it's one person and 2 guards or an entire retinue of individuals. So, if it was restricted, if Andrea says to me, "Hey, it is you and 2 bodyguards,"
So
Who would
I'm
that
going to
be?
step back from this. I don't think this is a place where I'd want to be visible initially.
I would agree
You-
with
you
that.
all.
I certainly would be happening to accompany. I think it would make the most sense for me to be there, certainly.
I would happily be the second if that was needed.
So, what of bringing 2 scions into this camp?
It does worry me. Should combat be affected, most don't notice what it is I'm doing. Perhaps some special hue to my blade, but certainly I would say somebody crushing humans with their minds would absolutely draw attention, and would be very
I have a
difficult
gun.
to hide. You do, yes, and as long as you
Well-
stick to that, that may be the best solution.
My constant concern for the safety of you two, but that being said, out of all of us, Bucky fits the bill for protection, visually and
I
mechanically.
agree with this,
She's got the
but she
goods for that.
cannot pop off at the mouth if she is going in for a deal.
All right, Magnus, bud. She is gonna throw a grenade at you in a minute.
This is
What is
business.
this? What is this sass? I
This
can
is
see
not
business.
sass.
Would
You're just
agree
enough.
with
This isn't
Magnus.
that.
That is enough of
split.
this. We are speaking of business now.
okay.
And thusly, if we walk into this powder keg, you must mind your P's and Q's.
Okay, we were in the pork market all together the entire time, and I said nothing. I literally did not open my mouth once until you wanted me to talk to the boy.
Then it
But
won't be
this is
difficult
just
for you to
confirmation
Coming
that
through
you
for me.
will.
Exactly.
Maybe
Lyra
like-
gets it.
We're just giving you a hard time, Bucky. It's fun. We trust you. We really do. Pardon, streamers and folks. Connor's got to refresh the stream. Having a bug again. Oh, he came right back. He didn't have to relog.
Bucky, say something. See if Connor can hear you.
Hello.
That's so much better. Okay,
Okay.
yep, there we are.
Awesome.
Yeah, Bucky. We do definitely trust you. That's why we'd put you in the front line right with Magnus to keep him there, to keep him safe.
I don't know.
Well, this is
Magnus.
actually. I am not giving Bucky any hell. I need her word that she will use her wits and her ears more than her mouth.
Okay.
That is all. This is not personal. It is business.
Okay.
You are a guard. Do I have your word?
Yeah, you have my word, Magnus.
All right. Thank you.
So business formal.
Okay.
So Bucky,
So
yes,
the plan
fits the bill very well. No problem. Bucky and whom else? That was all.
I lean towards keeping the Scions out of the front lines, so I'll keep an eye on her, stay with them.
My last
Say
question
protect,
is.
but they're the ones that can protect me. So
Yeah, me too. I need protect. I'm a
This
man
is-
in a suit. Riken, go ahead.
This is going to happen before the stealth operation, or at the same time of?
That is the second part to what I'm saying. Is at first I wanted to establish that if this is able to happen, it would be Bucky and Riken. Riken, do you think there is a benefit of them seeing you as one of their
Sorry,
kind and
Bucky
being
and you, I thought.
Oh,
He's going in.
I'm assuming
he
it
wants
would be
another
group of three
person.
maximum.
Well, is
Yeah,
there
the
a
person
reason
that would go with you is
Bucky's
Bucky.
friend? Is there a reason that Bucky, if they allow a second bodyguard, is there a reason that Bucky's friend Sable can't act in that capacity?
I do not want them involved in this part.
Okay.
I do not.
Well, I mean, and this
need her
part would
security
have to
team
be
in
very
Andrea.
clearly.
Oh.
This part would have to be very clearly before the drop. Then, if you wanted somebody like Sable involved, right? But if you're doing it at the same time, that's very different.
Yeah. Yes. My goal is we can use this opportunity to both make some money and get some reconnaissance for ourselves to better understand whom is there, what they look like, the weaponry they use, the makeup of the structures nearby, before we even go in with Sable. Which would subsequently increase our value to Sable when we are on the mission with them.
So you're going in on this portion, right? With Bucky? That was the thought? At least that's what my understanding was.
I am most definitely going to be a broker, I believe. Bucky would be a bodyguard. I was just wanting to be prepared for a team of 3 if it was allowed.
Gotcha. It's up to the Scions. I defer to their choice. And of course, Bucky, if you want to do this too, like I'm not volunteering you by any means. You just you've got the great visuals of.
I would like to have
being
Bucky by my
intimidating.
side.
Yeah.
I would be comfortable myself going. I feel I could handle any untoward situation, and I'm good enough at concealing my abilities that I don't think it would be anything I would need to show off, except for the most dire circumstances.
All right. That is covered. I just wanted to make sure we had addressed it before we move forward. I don't even know if we will be able to execute on that.
I agree. Better to be prepared. But I do like the idea of heading to the pork market for some more reconnaissance. I do believe Riken had it right.
Great idea.
Yes.
So, Riken and Relic is it just the two of you headed to the pork market?
Up to everybody else who they want to go, who wants to come with. And depending on what we're doing with the Brandon info
I
gathering.
think, given the situation that we were in perhaps last time, it may be best to have more folks than less come along with us, just in case the situation
Oh, yeah.
does become difficult.
'Cause I almost piss off a whole room.
Yes.
Lyra, would you like some pork? Some mega boar?
That sounds wonderful, dear.
Date night.
Yes.
Okay. And you all head off to the pork market. I could load up the map, but unless things are gonna go
I don't-
popping off, I don't think it's necessary. You guys go get yourself, get some pork in one of the many infinite stalls of pork market, maybe in one of the sit-down restaurants, and begin enjoying very greasy, deep-fried or grilled pork cutlet, and asking around. What are we asking around about? Like, what are you guys trying to figure out here?
So,
and how
one
are you
thing-
going about doing that?
One thing that I want to do, because I've obviously got a contact who is with the Derelict Throne. I know that there were like a lot of like sort of Derelict Throne agents around. What I'm trying to figure out is some more info on like what the word on the street is for the Piper. I want to know more about whoever they are. So that's kind of one of my main
So
objectives.
you're talking with the different Derelict Throne members
Yes,
on the
yes.
side?
Yep.
Why don't we go ahead and so you approach one of them,
Yeah.
and what does that look like?
Oh, hello, my friend. It's very good to see you. Very good to see you.
And I know that there is like a limit on how much you ought to send them because they need to continue to like appear derelict, but I assume that I'm aware of whatever the maximum is. before it raises suspicion. So like I would send that.
Of
over
credit.
to-
Of
yes,
crip.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
gotcha.
Yep. Like I would send that over.
Okay.
Looking to see if you've any information that I would like to get from you. Just again, asking because I think you may know more than I'm not local.
Speak.
Yes, well, wonderful. I'm looking for information on somebody called the Piper. They work with a paramilitary group local to this region called the Lost Boys. There's some sort of leader. I'm trying to get some more information on who they are. I've heard almost nothing about them beyond they lead the Lost Boys.
He just kind of like looks at you and he's just dead in the eyes. He's just like, and he's like even drooling a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And quite a bit of time goes by actually, and it's like a little weird.
Yeah.
And then his eyes come to life, and he's like, "The Viper, yes, Lost Boys. Yeah, he's in Lost Boy Wonderland. He very proficient guerrilla child soldier." That time, known as the Burning One.
Sorry, I probably clapped.
that's okay.
a lot, but
Very unhinged. Does not like our kind. And he kind of grimaces at that.
yeah.
Does not deal with our kind.
Still, I suppose, speaks to your credit more than theirs. I
By the way, also minus yourself 400 crit.
Yep.
Interesting. The Burning One. Given me an awful lot of information here. We had no name previous, so this is very helpful. Somebody that I might be able to contact about this.
You're looking for somebody?
No, I am.
Oh.
I'm going to talk to Riken about it. See if.
Oh, gotcha.
he might know.
I thought that was a question.
Oh,
As
sorry,
you're
yeah.
walking away,
Yeah.
walking away, he like looks up at you, and just before you're out of earshot, he's like, "They've been quiet," and then he scurries off down the hallway, down an alleyway.
As that conversation was happening, I will return to
Yep.
the group with a bunch of grilled sticks, giant pork for everyone, and I ordered the smallest possible serving, but it's still like
Yes.
it's
Yeah,
an unreasonable
yeah.
soda cup at the theater right now.
Mhm.
That's what I
Yeah.
brought back for each of you.
Pork.
Pork.
Yeah, it's
Lovely.
very generous, and it's real. So, that's again, this place is like magic. It's no wonder it's so packed all the time.
It's a rarity. I will.
Riken. I been poking around. I found some information on the Piper, and figured you might have some perhaps first-hand knowledge. They were, like you, a soldier in the woods, but they were known as the Burning One. Does that ring any bells?
Riken,
Oh, can I roll?
you don't need to. Yeah, you can. Willpower.
Willpower. Wait, no, I take that back. I don't want to roll.
Just kidding. I hate rolling. My dice are broken.
This is dumb.
Pull up the map on Foundry, everyone.
Yeah. I just love to see.
13.
13. Riken, You, at the mention of that name, the pork market feels extremely crowded. Like you're like starting to sweat at how many people are nearby you. The sizzling flesh of the pork on the grills, and you remember the many remote villages completely scorched down. People like, just like whole villages totally burnt down. And though you never came into contact with the burning one, he was kind of a horror story that was often talked about. Burning One started on the side of the dynasty and was supposedly killed and then started appearing all over the place for no other reason, just burning down cities at random, regardless, just sort of terrorizing and continuing to go their merry way.
With the name, I drop this giant chunk of pork as I was trying to hand it to Bucky, just right on the ground, and I just kind of stop and absorb all of that information coming in from around me to almost overload. And it's almost, you get that high-pitched ping as it's going on, like in a TV show or something, and then suddenly it stops and I come back. Firebug doesn't describe this individual. I never met him, but the stories are not hidden, and they're known far and wide. Indiscriminate destruction and damage and death. Like, just violence for violence. As twisted as we are, there's always some shred of humanity that tries to creep to the surface, but not with this individual. I always steered clear.
Well, it is who we could potentially find ourselves up against, so I suppose it is better to be aware of it now.
I look at my empty hands, having had held out the pork, and slightly disappointed at the dirt-covered chunk beneath me.
As far
I hold mine out to share.
Yeah.
You could just cut off the dirt-covered layer. There's plenty more pork.
His eyebrow raised at him like,
Magnus, you get a call from Andrea.
Andrea, speak to me.
Yes, I will, but that's more than your Lost Boys will do. Apparently, I reached out to
Oh no.
3 different contacts. Nobody has reached them. In fact, they've sent envoys, and none have returned. Magnus, whatever the Lost Boys are up to, they're not taking any they're not receiving anyone right now. I'm very disappointed. I was very excited about the prospects.
Yes, I was as well. This I had a plan and everything.
Well, if you get in touch with
I
them,
will seek others.
if you get in touch with them and somehow manage to get a hold of them, please, for the love of God, Magnus, put them in contact with me.
Yes, I will achieve the impossible for you, my friend.
Excellent. Thank you, Magnus. I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to take another call. It's a conflict right now somewhere in Northern Europe. I'll be back. And she hangs up.
Yes, of course. So, I'll tell everybody that.
shit.
It was a good try.
Of course. So if we find someone willing to play ball in there, needless to say, I need to pass along some information.
That's well.
I'm surprised that Andrea, of all people, couldn't get more information.
Well, apparently they have a penchant for, I would imagine, slaughtering those who send supplies.
Killing the messenger. Not very historical.
I agree. Shall we try our luck further into the pork market?
I feel like that's if we want more information. Otherwise, we're going in a little blind, albeit at advantage
Yeah, what sort of-
from the stealth.
Well, I do have a thought for the dynasty. What if we appeal for information and not partnership or them giving us access or any of that? What is an avenue that we could use? Wait a minute. Paul, did I sell a kidney to the dynasty?
Or was that red saffron?
I think it was red
Who
saffron.
was that?
It was red
It wasn't red saffron because I would have remembered that.
Yeah,
'Cause-
I
It was red saffron?
no, I don't, because I don't.
Because I have red saffron contacts. I probably would have
thought
like.
no, I thought it was Dynasty because we were seeing Dynasty people all over the pork market.
Yeah, but I think it was Red Saffron who
not,
was
yeah.
moving
It
the
could've been.
organs. 1 second. Yeah, it was definitely Red Saffron who was moving the organs. Yep. Dynasty
got it,
was
got it.
around and right out front,
Okay.
but then it was a Red Saffron
Right.
with an independent criminal element. Yep.
Right. Okay.
Right. I'm actually gonna see while we're in the pork market if I can go to that guy, and if he's on the job, and if I can maybe try to make a little connection there.
Yeah,
back
unsurprisingly,
into
you know, this
character.
guy
I
must
appreciate
really
you,
like
Paul.
that table, because even though it's been a day and stuff, he is still there, still with that same guy. This is definitely his office. He finishes up talking with another person who pushes over a cooler, a plastic cooler over to him, and he kind of hands it off to the one criminal element who then heads out. Yeah, but now he's
know,
free. He's just chewing on a piece of pork.
I'm going to go and sit with him. But before I do, one thing that really heartens me is that in this future dystopia, the one thing we know is remote work really did make it. It succeeded.
Yeah.
People can work from anywhere.
Yep.
And they should. So, I will walk in and approach. And is this seat taken, friend?
No, not for a good friend who brings me good meat. Yes, take a seat.
Yes, of course.
What can I do
will
for
have a
you?
seat, and I will say, unfortunately, the only meat I have today is pork, and a lot of it.
He looks somewhat
However,
unsatisfied with that.
yeah. I am seeking something juicy. However, information. This feels very similar to the last time we spoke in some ways.
Really, we kept using some term, and I'm completely blanking on it right now. Oh my god.
So
All right.
I-
What sort of information are you looking for?
I am actually seeking to work with the dynasty on a project, and I am, as you know from our conversation, new to the area, and of course my accent, and yours maybe, but I am
Heavy
seeking guidance.
Transylvanian presence in the GAL.
Yeah.
Yes, good. I am seeking guidance from a friend on how to appropriately connect but not embed myself within the dynasty. You see, I am more of a red saffron type myself. A saffron man.
I
through
knew
and
there
through.
was something I liked about you, friend. Yes, yes. I mean, the dynasty are everywhere. I mean, just outside this door, there's some dynasty. What sort of dynasty do you need to interact with?
I am seeking information from them on a facility. Maybe you know, what do they call it? The Lost Boys Wonderland.
He kind of
Dangerous,
thinks for a
so I
while.
do not want to misstep.
No, I can't say I've heard of it, but I don't leave the city much, so... but I'm sure the dynasty knows about it. It's, what is it? It's a criminal operation?
A paramilitary organization based off of child soldiers, I believe.
Sounds brutal kind of thing. Yeah, definitely the dynasty knows about it, no doubt. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could ask Dynasty about paramilitary. Sure, why not?
Do you have an individual that might be the best to probe for this information?
I don't work with that many Dynasty people. You know, here at the pork market, we're all kind of free to go about our business. But, no, I don't have anybody I could refer you to. But, I mean, you are in the home of the Triad Throne. If nothing else, you could always go there. But, or you could go talk to the guy
understandable.
right outside.
I am just... Yes, they are just not as savory as my red saffron experiences. So I wanted to make sure I consulted a friend before moving forward. Speaking of which, do you do any long-distance business with your meat sales and procurement?
My specialty is here in Beijing, but I mean, red saffron, we move these things. We do.
As I lean over to Lyra, I'm like, does he always do this?
Oh yeah, everywhere he goes.
I have ideas. I am thinking of maybe getting exotic meats, like a network of exotic meats shipped from location to location. Right? Maybe even top quality meats from specific animals. So I was just thinking of
animal
maybe
organ
establishing
market. Interesting.
a connection.
Well, keep red saffron in mind.
Yes.
Good entrepreneurship, especially around this topic. We are most interested.
Well, if you would be interested in contacting me at any point, allow me to pass along information. I would be happy to help you and owe you a favor in service of what you have done for me today.
Well, appreciated friend. I'll reach out.
Yep, and I'll just pass along my contact information to him
Perfect.
and leave.
Okay.
And of course, keep everybody abreast of that information, minus the meat trade.
Oh wow!
I just swallowed and
No,
choked on my own tongue.
No great
Sorry.
dynasty leads, although he does say worst comes to worst, you can always go to the Triad Throne, which of course is the seat of power for the dynasty here in Beijing. Yeah.
Well, shit. Sorry, back into character. It was me not using my inner monologue. At this point, Riken will take the information, think about it, look to everybody, and like, it's not a good option to go directly and get vetted by the dynasty. And to be frank, I think if we want more information and not go in blind, we're gonna have to talk to the actual throne, the triad.
I would rather not go in blind. If there is a way we can dip the toe, that is it.
Can we dip the toe? It's perfect.
I agree, but I would prefer to keep both Lyra and I well away from the dynasty and the triad.
Yeah, of course. You do not have to attend a meet and greet, right? I mean, there's no need there. We can keep it calm.
I defer to you then.
Yeah, because I'll stay back with our scions and stay out of sight. To be frank.
You guys are
Lucky.
sending Magnus
You
to the
and
Triad Throne?
What's everybody's thoughts on that? I'm not quite sure. Is this a good idea? I don't know.
I can assure you that I am well suited for this small endeavor. You can count on me.
I'm not opposed to, the original plan of taking perhaps Bucky with you to act as a bodyguard.
Of course.
Wait. Are you guys
Bucky
saying
can
going
come
to
with me as my associate.
If Bucky is amenable.
The Triad Throne, not the site. We're not talking about the mission
I just
site.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like we're already gonna send her with him there, so why not send her with him to speak to the Triad
Yes.
Throne? If Bucky's okay with that.
I'm just along for the ride. If I'm useful, I'm useful.
She is always useful. She is full of pork and ready to go. Full of energy, just like anyone who eats a bunch of pork. Just ready to fry
An
it up.
entire pork skewer.
Yeah, I never want to take a nap after eating a bunch of pork. So, if there is anything I know about addressing a throne in general, it's that you better make sure your words are careful and your reason for being there is warranted. What will be my reason?
Oof. I don't know. Can't just like, hey, we're looking for information on these.
Yes,
passengers.
exactly.
Just buy you some pork.
I get pork delivery.
Perhaps your organ donation might be enough to an enterprising man like you might say, I'm a doctor.
Sorry. And so you guys want to go to the dynasty, not as a way to get in, but just to get information on the Lost Boys? Or what is the
Kind of,
goal
yeah.
of going to the dynasty? So it's just you're just looking for information on the Lost Boys.
I feel like, so here's the thing that I feel like it needs to be remembered though, because even Sable said it and I kind of repeated it to you guys. No surveillance has happened in a year plus. We know a year, but it could have been a little bit longer, but there's been no surveillance, so I don't-
Military surveillance.
yeah.
Dynasty worked with these guys, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
They're the only people who probably step foot inside.
Yeah, you're right. Fair.
Aren't they on lockdown
That's-
though right now? Aren't they taking nothing?
They weren't
Oh.
taking any of the envoy that were sent.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Sorry.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
So essentially,
My-
Andrea had reached out to a whole bunch of different people who have connections and have worked with them, and anybody that they've sent recently to go work with the Lost Boys has not returned.
My goal of going to the dynasty would be to simply say, I have business at this location. I'm seeking more information. Can you get that to me? And what do we need to trade you to get that information?
I had a rather enlightening conversation with a friend of mine, talking about the Piper. Before I left, they let me know that they said they've been silent. This worries me about my own contact, frankly, but my other thought is perhaps they were referring to the Lost Boys in general. They've not been receiving anybody. Perhaps there is something afoot in this organization. Perhaps Dynasty might, I don't know, be locked out. Or perhaps that's
Yes.
a potential way in to say we're looking to establish contact. They may be willing to give us information if we could return to their good graces, their contact with the Lost Boys.
Yes.
These are just thoughts, but
I do like that a lot. If everyone is locked out and something is happening within there, it is as simple as saying, I seek to make contact with these individuals and I wish to go to the location. Is there anything you can give me to help? And what can I do in return? And they will say, give us any information you get and give us contact.
right. That's it. We witnessed in the footage tumult around this lab-coated individual and other military members of the organization. Perhaps there's inner turmoil that they are working through. Just, again, hypotheticals, but, though I fear to trust in conjecture, that's all we've got at the moment.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, you don't know what's going on inside with the Lost Boys. You have a way in, not necessarily a perfect way out. Information on what specifically the Lost Boys have is not forthright, but you do know that they're very dangerous, and you do know that they have things in the ballpark of tanks. So you can go to Dynasty and try to figure out more information, but to what extent? I mean, I think you probably are going to need to have a pretty, just helping you guys think through this, a pretty specific ask. If you just go to Dynasty being like, we want to know stuff about the Lost Boys, what are they up to? That's, I mean, like you're dealing with a mega syndicate, right? It's not going to necessarily.
Yeah.
I have a very specific ask in mind, actually.
So I mean, if you have a very specific ask in mind that's going to further your guys' objective, then sure, you can certainly go try and interact with the Dynasty and make a deal. Yes, I mean, I guess the other question would be, does anybody have contacts, which would be your first and foremost place to turn for information that hasn't been utilized to figure out that specific thing?
I have one more that I could reach out to. I hadn't thought about it, and yeah, and I do have the influence to spend. I could make a call to my to Azura, oh my gosh, my conclave contact. Why am I having a stroke? 1 second. Loading up other document. Order Vitalis. Haha. The lady who pulled me out of the pit with the, the golden seal and the conscription. Anybody have any asks there? Otherwise, I'm going to talk about the Piper. Give the location data, Lost Boys, the whole nine. Unless y'all have any other questions you want to ask.
No specific questions for me.
Magnus, what is the thing that you want to ask the Dynasty for?
I was gonna go a medical route. I was gonna ask for. I was essentially gonna go in and kind of be truthful, and say I'm a dying man. I come from reasonable wealth. I've gotten enough information to understand that there might be a person that could help me at this location. I am seeking that person and any information associated with them. Could they help? And what could I do for them?
Gotcha. Josh, I just was kind of curious because you hadn't. I don't think you had said what you wanted to ask of the Dynasty as of yet. And I guess, Magnus, what level of information are you looking for to get about the Lost Boys that you haven't gotten yet?
So, for me, number one, just with that conversation alone, it would be, have they worked with a doctor there? What is the name of the individual, right? Kind of confirmation that the person we're seeking is on site at this place. And then, the nature of their work, right? Confirming that this is worth my time to go there. right? Does this individual like anything like they specialize in mutations? Something that would just really confirm who is there, and is it worth our time to drop in and do all this, or are we popping into a powder keg for no reason?
Brandon, would you do me a favor and shift to your left just a hair? If you can. Oh, did your camera move or something? I wasn't sure. Suddenly I was like looking at like your head in the bottom corner of the screen, so I wasn't sure.
Is that better?
Yeah, you're good.
I think I've just slinked down in my chair.
Gotcha. You're trying to confirm that the swine or Dr. Nguyen are there. And/or.
Confirmation of that. And then, of course, secondary, I would say, like, I'm going here, like, facility map, anything like that, right? Like, I don't want to walk into this place as really just making sure I could get information to get out if we get in, things like that.
Okay.
That's it. At which I don't actually know. It's seeming less viable.
I mean, it's possibly viable. It's just that's a marginally small amount of information to be making a deal with a very powerful mega syndicate over. I guess it's the weight of what do you think the mega syndicate's going to want for that information, and is it that valuable to you?
Well, I think to lay some of it out there, for the mission, no. For Magnus personally at this point, definitely worth it. If there's any connection to Evo Genetics' mother, all that.
Right. Okay, so who is going? I mean, and Riken, I mean, you can reach out to your contact or not. That's probably going to yield more along the lines of some of the inhabitants of.
Possible allies, maybe, hopefully.
Sure.
Maybe folks that aren't connected. That's kind of my goal. She's the thing that saved me. But yeah, I think I'll reach out. I got the influence to spend, so.
All right. Well, then go ahead and reach out.
Alrighty then. All right, I will call Azura. Do you need any of the background stuff on her, or do you remember?
Nope, I remember Azura.
Cool, because you remember better than I do. I have to go read all my stuff.
Riken, how are you doing so far in Beijing? Keeping it together.
Yeah. For the most part, I will say that I have come across unlikely allies and folks that I think I can trust.
Here in Beijing?
But the team I'm working with from the house.
Oh, that's good. That's excellent.
That being said, we are in a tough situation. You're probably not going to like hearing this, but gotta do it. We're looking for information on the Lost Boys, the paramilitary group, and it's comprised of all of what I was once.
How much influence are you spending?
I have 9 to blow. I'm gonna go 7.
That's a lot of influence.
6. Let's do 6. Yes, Lyra,
All right.
you are the wise one here.
No, I was just commenting. It wasn't judge.
No, it's
It
not.
wasn't
No, I
judgment.
promise. I like the feedback. It helps because I'm like, should I be more specific with my ask? Do you want more? Because I can be. I'm
Yeah, you can go ahead and
Okay.
throw the dice first, and then we can talk about your ask.
Wow, that's terrifying to hear. Ooh, not great. 25?
25, okay.
4, a 3, and a 2.
Riken, that's perhaps the last place in the GAF you want to be stepping into.
I don't doubt it for a minute.
The Lost Boys. Well, I mean, you probably already know who they are.
We have a pretty clear.
What they're capable of. So you're going in.
Based on the item I gave you previously and what it's in reference to and what this may lead to, I don't have a choice but to continue moving forward.
Be really
Whether
careful.
it's tied to this or not.
You're talking about some of the most lethal of the child soldiers in that space.
On that note, and for that matter, it was what was the guy's name again? The burning something? I didn't.
The
write it
burning
down
one.
properly.
The burning.
The
one.
burning one. I missed the one point. Burning one. Gotcha. I will relay. There's word of someone from back in the day called the Burning One, which does not bode well for the situation.
I know Riken. He's the one who started it. He has corrupted many people we've tried to help in the order. Pulled them out, enticed them into more violence. Our last victim was one who was very promising. Aurea was her name, or what she called herself. She wasn't from the war in the woods, though. She was too young, but a child soldier nonetheless. She was the last one that we had. The last one, I think, that they ever recruited. If you go in, keep an eye out for her. She'll look younger than the most, and perhaps she's still redeemable.
Is there any other marks? Any other identifiers? Something I can say or do or see? Because a small one in this camp of wayward souls is not going to be helpful.
She's female. Multiple tattoos along her neck, on her face. Don't know what they meant. She was extremely experimented on. She wasn't very skilled as far as combat went, but she was very quiet. That's probably why the Burning One sought her out, as a scout or an assassin.
All right. That's a little more information. I appreciate it.
They've usually been fairly active recruiting, but in the past 6 months, they haven't done any.
We've heard they've shut down on most supplies, if any that are publicly known or seen. They don't seem to be taking even meetings at this point. How high up that goes, I do not know.
Right. Well, seems you're fairly well informed.
Is there anything? And while I ask this question, I send over the images, the aerial footage. This is the shots we have from locals, but it's about a year old. Anything spark any information I can get from you regarding location, maps that you all may have that I don't?
No, it looks about correct. Most of these buildings, I mean, though the Lost Boys inhabit, it's not a, you're not dealing with some sort of underground facility by any means, other than the basements that already exist there. The Lost Boys do not build, they only tear down. They're only occupying these spaces.
All right. Well.
Best of luck, Riken, and be very, very careful. In a space like this, you might lose control very easily.
I will keep you apprised, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty then. Well, I mean, she's got face tattoos. Not. Who cares? Moving on. Let's go home.
I see.
Sorry, I just got pinged by Twitch. That was very weird midstream. Hi. Okay, so I'll relay that information. I will talk to For the gist, like the information seems relatively up to date and accurate regarding the maps. And then I will talk about Rhea, the possible something that, because of the groups trying to save these kids and save these people, was promising there might be a small spark there to press on, but I don't know how to go about getting into contact with that and or finding it on site for Rhea.
Well, if I could, I would be happy to endeavor to help that poor young woman.
So now we are rescuing someone as well.
Don't need to. Thing of opportunity. If we can, I will help anyone get out of that situation.
Well, and if your friend is right that she could be redeemable, maybe she could be a man on the inside that helps us get out.
Entirely possible. But we need to find either. I mean, again, it's a needle in a haystack, right? I don't have anything other than a brief description, possible, like, not great, skill set.
They're shut down.
These big cities.
I think
and
the
nobody's coming
stealth.
in their own.
The stealth is best at this point.
I agree.
We know that there are no deliveries being made. That avenue is out. The dynasty is risky for many. Not worth it. We have a way in. If we can secure a way out, I will feel comfortable. And maybe we secure a way out when we are in. I would rather not do that, but...
Well, I agree with finding a point of, what is it, ingress and egress?
Yes.
Like,
is
obviously,
there
we
a
don't want to go in
reason-
and just, like, figure it out,
As far as getting away, is there a reason that we can't, acquire the use of an off-road vehicle and stash it, several miles out from, the parameters of their camp so that we can head towards that and get back to town?
Yes, this is what I am speaking of. Something similar.
Yes, I think that would be a very good plan.
A long-lost friend of mine had a person who was all about the vehicles. They were so good at this part.
I mean, you guys could always
Except
rent
I
a
hate
vehicle
working with
as
them.
well. It's just more expensive.
Oh, it's not the same though.
I am cheap.
Just not the same.
With vehicles.
Frugal man.
And my bike is still in the shop.
Yes, it is.
Riken, on a roll of 25, you're pretty sure the Order Vitalis could probably accommodate. Especially since they're local.
Ah, nice. I can reach out again, but it looks like there's a good, or I would assume my local contacts here would have an extraction or some sort of extraction that we could lean on, and they'd be willing to help, especially if we at least try to find some of these kids that we can get out of there. Again, no promises, and I won't jeopardize either our mission or us if I can to save these kids. I want to help them, but we're here for a reason, and there are bigger players.
Can I ask Riken, or anyone really, what do we know of how the recruitment works? Are people being taken and indoctrinated? Are they taking in runaways, or?
So it's all of the above, and the burning one. If I'm correct, Paul, from what she said, he started the Lost Boys.
Yeah, he started the Lost Boys, and from what you gathered from her is like he finds ways to communicate to individuals trying to recover and trying like essentially promising, a return to those glory days, to those whatever, to utilizing their power for destruction and these sort of things.
Mental manipulation, you're invincible on the battlefield if you X, Y, and Z,
Just like a drug addict, right? It's like people know of the Lost Boys, and then he will, or the Lost Boys will try and spread propaganda that pulls in new recruits to come seek them out.
Yeah. So.
And so for the purposes of expedience, Riken in general, like you get a confirmation from the Order Vertalis that they could plant a vehicle several miles from the location, but very clearly several miles because anything closer would have a high chance of being detected by the Lost Boys.
We'll have to hoof it. Got it. Lyra, did
This
you have
is
any
good,
other
though.
questions? Sorry.
Hmm?
Did you have any other questions?
I mean, primarily, especially if we're trying to get in the good graces of your Order of Vitalis, you know, if there's a,
We don't
a
need to get in
place
their
where they
graces.
might be keeping children. Okay.
No, the Order Vitalis is literally almost like it's like a quasi-religious and charity sort of entity within the world that is all about rehabilitating and also preserving and protecting scions as well.
Yeah, they pulled me out of it when I was a kid. That's the only reason I'm here.
Is that the sigil that you gave me?
Mhm.
Is the Order of Vitalis? Okay.
Yep, you can call them at any point. And talk to. I always forget her name. That would be.
So then is the
Yeah, Azura.
Azure? Azura?
Yep.
So Bucky, then are you calling in the stealth drop with Sable?
Yeah. I mean, should we give her? Does she need a couple of days to do what she needs, or are we go to?
She will need a couple of days anyway, I believe she said.
Yeah, that's.
We will
What
make
I
sure we have our own supplies on deck. For example, something I wanted to bring up very fast. Riken, is there any kind of sedative or something that we could give you in the event of you losing control? I do not wish to afflict you with anything that you do not consent to. However, if it is going to endanger the mission or any lives, I think that is pertinent.
I can't promise anything, but I also there are relationships that matter. There are future things that matter, and these kids matter, and I am fairly confident in my ability to at least fight back and resist some of this.
In the
especially
event
if I'm
that you
careful with my
cannot,
choices.
though, can I give you drugs? Is what I'm
I won't
Yeah,
tell
like
you
the-
no.
Would a conch
Thank
do it, or
It would
Well, we
knock
do not
my ass
necessarily
out.
want him unconscious. I would like to bring him back to the
fair.
world. Have you ever experimented with this before? I would be happy to oblige over the next couple of days.
Just get me all drugged up on shrooms. I see how it is.
We're just finding
Myra,
out
your
what
husband's
works, you
trying
know?
to take advantage of me.
Yeah,
Razor.
literally just like show you a picture
Razor, that's
of
the
like
one.
a
Does this
horrible
calm you
environment,
down?
slap you in the face, hit you with some stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Magnus, I won't tell you no. That being said, I do need to make a stop into the weapons vendor and pick up an item before we hit the mission or finish prepping.
Okay. Yeah. What is there anything people want to buy?
Yes. I would like an anti-tank mine.
Okay. I think that's 1,000.
Hell yeah.
1,000. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, you are able to procure an anti-tank mine. Anybody else want anything
I am going
before we
to...
go? Are you all? Oh yeah, Connor's all repaired up.
Yep.
Riken,
Yeah, I
you're
repaired.
good to go. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. I repaired. Spent all that money for it. So.
Let me... Do you know off the top of your head how much patch all is?
500.
750? Is it 5? Oh,
Maybe you're right at
I'll just look it
750.
up. Oh yeah.
I thought it was 750.
All right.
Oh, I actually have a can of Patchol. I think I could tell you. Just kidding. I don't have Patchol. I have Biofreeze. My bad. Different thing.
That's all might
I
be
don't-
750 actually. I think it's more expensive than 500.
I
Right.
think you are right. I just want to.
I only have one can of it because I think it's like 750. But the payoff is that
Yeah,
Patchol.
750.
Yeah,
Be used
Patchol.
5 times.
5 times.
Yeah.
Actually pretty
So good.
economic. Okay. Well, if there's no other buying, then we will fast forward to the night of the drop. Nighttime, right?
Wait, one thing. 2 days. Do we have we had a couple of days?
Yeah. Is there something you're doing in those 2
I
days?
have. Yes, for my wife, I have 2 sets of Swiss fingers.
Cool.
Now,
Would you
installing.
like to have them installed?
Do you have any cybernetic hands yet, Lyra?
I do not.
Okay.
No, just
For the
balls.
case of Lyra, that will have to wait until in between missions to actually replace flesh. If you already have the cybernetic base, I'd let you install it now. Otherwise, it's going to take a little bit too long.
I was
But
unsure
you
if
can...
she had the base.
Mm-mm. No, my only cybernetics are my eyeballs.
In that case,
Are you installing, Magnus?
no.
Okay.
I would not sully my hands with any other cybernetic than the one that I seek.
From the intro video.
Yes.
Intro. Okay. So then, Bucky, you give the okay to Sable. You guys
Yeah.
waiting. You guys all gear up. You're given a location. You're going to drop in early evening. There'll still be barely any light, but by the time you're on the forest floor, it will be pretty dark. Are you all ready?
I think so.
I am
Yeah.
prepared.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You guys take
Echo.
off in the stealth HV and hover vehicle, and you head out.
And they roll so
One
good
second.
on their stealth detection, they hit us with a missile. Good game, everybody.
You go down.
In the ship.
That's it.
Yeah.
Credits.
You're all dead. Campaign 2 was a success, but I am. Paul gets too busy. He's like, one group's
Yeah,
getting
you know what? That's how we
no
do
one's
it.
getting axed. Yep.
Nothing like dying in a cutscene.
Everybody roll your endurance. You just need to beat a
Yeah.
45 and you survive the
So all your dice and the capstone. Got it. Glad we saved it.
Okay. First and foremost, you're flying over the forest, and you're coming up over target destination. You're gonna drop far on the west side of the city, a little bit in the forest. You basically load into pods, kind of similar to what you've seen TJ use, but these are like very thin and sleek. They're almost like blades, and they're gonna shoot down very fast, and very silently.
Paul, before
And
we
as
hit
you're-
the ground,
Yes.
sorry.
haven't
I want
launched
to make
yet,
sure
yeah.
that I clarify, so I'm not swapping dice. Before I get on that thing, I'm in my stalker legs and not my leapers starting out.
Perfect. Okay, stalker legs going in. So you all get in, and you have a monitor of kind of what the HV is looking at down below. And you notice there are no lights in the cities that you're coming up on. You can hardly see much at all. Expect that this is an occupied city. There would be some sort of artificial light being generated. And you hear Sable just be like, well, that's strange. And then the clock ticks, and you guys launch down. Quietly descending, or quietly and quickly, you make impact into the forest floor. It's actually surprising how quiet it is. And the front hatch opens to, I don't know, you're maybe about several hundred yards from you can actually see that there's like broken pavement where you've landed leading towards the city. It's all overgrown, it's all in the forest, and you hear nothing. It's just quiet.
Hitting the ground, staying low. I'll try to tune my bestial senses to pick up whatever sound, hush, bug, you name it.
Okay.
I'm going active camo.
Me too.
Perfect. For now, I'm going to represent on the map when we load it up. I'm going to represent Sable as the custodian for now, because that's the token I have. Sable steps out of hers. She has a very silenced-looking assault rifle, a whole headgear setup, and in like this stealth suit, and also activates active camouflage. She's like, all right, let's move quiet. Once we're inside the city parameters, I'm going to head off and do reconnaissance. You feel free to do whatever you've come here to do.
I suppose it's time to
Oh,
roll.
and then Riken, go ahead and make an awareness check for me with your bestial senses.
Gotcha. 16.
16. Riken, you're a bit perturbed because there's not even the noise of animals.
I will over comms, staying low, relay this. This isn't natural. Something's wrong.
Over comms, I'm just gonna be like, bets on this being a setup?
Maybe not a setup as much as there is a bigger predator that is around.
Mm-hmm.
I roll stealth.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a stealth roll. Sable's like, yeah, this doesn't feel right. And she slowly starts moving towards the city.
Alright, I'll make a stealth roll as well. Oh, lordy.
Actually, we have been
I'm-
walking around asking a lot of questions,
Yeah.
so could be
Hey.
a setup, now that I think about it.
Would I have brought my mech suit with me, or am I trying to be super stealthy, like no mech suit for this?
I mean, seemingly you can move around in your mech suit pretty stealthily.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say, you are. I got a 12.
based on Diesel Town.
You've rolled higher than me in your mech suit.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
What was
Yelling
other
on head-
people's
that
stealth
was
checks?
I rolled a 21.
Speaking. I'm sorry, what was that, Lyra?
20.
7.
7. Lyra, you stealthy beast.
20.
I know. Because the active camo doesn't give me a bonus, right? It gives
Right, it
everybody
just
else
diminishes
a minus
others,
to-
yep.
Yeah.
Bucky, how about you?
That stealth is -3 for me, right?
Yep.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Roll that bird thing.
I know, it is good.
I'm going to hold this up so you know. So you know that this is
I
what
swear to God, I'm not cheating.
What'd you roll?
66334. Okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty normal roll.
That's actually not.
I'm just telling you, I get 6s.
We believe.
I get 6s.
Bucky, it's not that you roll 6s. I believe that you roll 6s and sometimes more than one. It's the consistency at which is strictly what I was talking about. So Bucky, what'd you get for a total?
Oh, I didn't
and then
count.
-3? Yeah, I would like you to do that.
6, 3.
22 -3 plus stealth. I don't know what your stealth is.
My stealth, I don't have plus stealth. It's just dex.
Okay,
dex
so you're
5.
19.
Yeah, just your
Yeah.
19.
Okay. Okay. And now you all make your way into the very beginning of the city. And I'll transition here shortly. However, before I do, I need everybody to make a willpower check.
Oh god.
This place is hella creepy.
Oh, I actually have 2 in that. Okay. 12.
15
12 as well.
total.
20.
Nice, Lyra.
Oh, that's the scions, though, right?
12.
Thank
that
you,
wisdom.
everybody. Let me know when you're all there. Connor, are you there? Why is it still showing you in narrative play?
Oh.
It is still loading.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I'm right here.
There we are. We're in.
All right. You guys come down the city, and as you enter, and you all are filled with this real uneasiness. Bucky. Yeah. Ahead of you, nobody move right now. Ahead of you, you see what used to be what you think was one of those tanks moving around in the footage from a year and a half ago, but it is overgrown and clearly not in workable order. Immediately to your right, however, you see an hovercraft landed here. There is no signs of a grass on it or anything like that, and there's something printed on its side.
Real quickly, would Lyra have told us when she was like looking at the image of that person that it was like did you tell us that it like made you feel like uneasy, like it
Yes.
was... Okay.
Yes.
So so over comms, I'm just going to direct to Lyra. Do you have the same feeling now that you did when you looked at the picture?
Do I, GM?
Yeah, this definitely feels like it, except a lot worse.
Okay.
Yeah, this is it's like it's been magnified. Something is very wrong.
What are you guys doing?
Hovercraft say?
Are you going to look, Relic? You
Yes,
probably have to
yes.
go around the corner of the building to get a better look.
Okay, I will be stealthy about it, like
Mhm.
sneak around, but I will kind of try.
As you poke out, you can go ahead and poke out across it.
Oh.
As you come across the side, I'll have to. Sorry, it's gonna. Well, I'll move it here in a second. As you come across the side, your brain translated as awake, but it's written in German. This is a civil. Well, it looks like it's not a. It's militarized, but it's some sort of hovercraft. Expensive looking, but it definitely doesn't belong here. It's make a machining check, Relic.
Okay. 9, 10.
You don't know a ton about machines. However, you can tell that there's still heat coming off of the engines, like this hasn't been here terribly long.
Engine's still warm.
You have someone that has really good machining.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take a look at it.
Yeah, I mean, then you just move up and you do
Yeah,
that stuff,
you
Bucky.
don't,
Yeah,
you
you
don't
don't.
have to ask for my permission. you can't totally do this.
And Connor, if
I
you
am
move your
denied.
character, let me know and I'll
yes.
move this.
I
Oh,
gotcha.
you can still. Okay,
Yeah,
great. Okay,
yes, I was a little worried about that, but it did seem to work.
good. Okay, great.
And you said it was in German originally?
Yes, the language is in German.
I'm gonna turn on MMW.
And where are you looking? Buildings to your right and left are completely
currently-
collapsed.
Okay. I am going to step up to be beside Relic.
And where are you looking?
Well, up. Where's my, how am I pinging here?
Just hold down the left click
I
button.
lost the ability to do this.
Right there.
Right there.
I'm sorry, does this have vision?
I don't think so. Okay.
Do you see it now?
I
do.
Okay, cool.
Perfect.
I
Yes,
can
I'm gonna
probably-
do that.
Let me up its vision. Just as you're looking, you do see as you look through the wall. Well, actually, yeah, you do see a motionless body lying over barbed wire.
I will call it out. We have bodies. Everything is over comms, I'm assuming, because we're stealth, so I'm not going to say anything
Yeah.
about it.
Perhaps you may wish to take a look at this vehicle. Maybe some clue as to what it is on the inside.
And I'll post up right next to this sort of
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
down wall. Yeah.
I will get close to the vehicle, see if I can see inside it.
Yeah, inside, it's just the inside of an AV. There's not a heck of a lot in there. Seats, that sort of thing. Nobody's in there.
Okay.
Riken, what are you doing?
It's empty.
So with the statement of the body, I will focus down on my heat vision and my sense of smell. I'm going to try and pick up anything I can that isn't our group.
Okay, go ahead and make an awareness check.
Oh, shit.
A great sign.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9.
Okay.
Mostly what you smell is things like gunpowder, grease from vehicles, dust, lots of dust, concrete dust.
We've got dust.
Lyra, how about you? What are you doing?
Lyra would
Useful.
like to activate her infrared vision, just to see,
Okay.
her husband has said we have bodies, so she's trying to see, can I see any other bodies? Are they still warm? How recently were they killed? This engine is still warm. Have these people literally just been slaughtered?
Yeah, you definitely see engines here. In order for you to see the bodies with infrared, you'd have to move closer to one of the openings.
Okay, then she...
Because you don't have
shall
MMW
certainly-
on.
I will walk in step with her.
Both of you actively camouflaged.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
to the hovercraft. Checking that out.
Lyra, yep, 1 second. Lyra, from the body that you can kind of just glance. Actually, you can't even see that one. That's behind sandbags.
Okay.
Body was over this way. And oh yeah. And Riken, I'll just ask you not to move around a whole bunch until it's your turn.
But I just wanted to spam my move key. Sorry, I will refrain.
So the opening's over here.
You need to come with me,
Okay.
Jeremy.
Yeah,
There you
I'm
go.
following
Okay,
my husband.
The body is 0 warmth.
Okay. The
Bucky.
body's cold.
Bucky, you approach the vehicle. And Bucky, at this point, as you're kind of like approaching the vehicle, this kind of feeling, this uneasy feeling that has hit you kind of intensifies. Yeah. What are you doing at the vehicle?
Can I open the door?
Yeah, you're just like reaching out and grabbing the door handle?
Yeah, I just want to open the.
Dunk. It's locked.
Can I do a machining check to see if I can glean anything that, like, maybe Relic wouldn't have? Is there anything worth knowing more about
The hover vehicle.
Hovercraft.
Yeah, go ahead and make a machining check.
11, so not much better than him.
11. Yeah, I mean, from what you can tell, it's definitely a German hovercraft. I mean, German make hovercraft. Whether it's German or not, you don't know. But yeah, it feels a little bit out of place.
Is the lock door pickable, or would it need?
It's definitely some sort of biometrics going on. You would guess.
Right.
This is newer. It's not like some old shabby thing. This is like quite modern.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Relic, how about you? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm going to be following, having not forgotten my charge, I will be following,
Okay.
Magnus and Lyra. I also love, I just want to call out, proper signage from these child soldiers. I love the road close sign.
Yeah, yeah.
They're just like, this is, like we're child soldiers. We are not here for
We're not
particular. Yeah, we're not animals.
It's child soldiers, but we're close to compliant, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. You can't drive on this road, okay?
There's a Lost Boys OSHA department. It's like the only thing that has a filing and structure.
Again, even though I'm not the most machiny, I will actually come up here and I will take a look at this like hovercraft.
Okay.
And I guess I shouldn't say machiny. What I am going to do is, being a historian, what I'm going to try to do is determine how long this has been derelict. Like, just to get like a feel, was it a year ago? Was it, a while? Like, how long roughly has it been out of commission?
You're making academia check or a machining?
Whichever is more appropriate. They're actually, I mean, I've got a bonus to academia, but
why don't you make both? And let me know which is which. Yeah.
Okay. So 9, 10, 11, 12. I can just do that one for machining. Because that was what I originally thought I was going to be rolling.
Okay.
And that is 12, 13, 14 for my academia.
Based on the condition, the tank itself does not seem old by any means, or I mean it's 20, 30 years old, but like it doesn't look too derelict per se. But based on like the weather and climate of the area, you would suspect that probably has been sitting here for about a year.
Well, this appears to have been broken down for, by my guess, about a year. So that footage that we got may have been, very close to when this may have been destroyed, and quite out of line with the vehicle that we were welcomed by.
I have a serious question for both you and Lyra. And you're going to think it's not serious, but it is. Can the two of you not just, like, hold hands and pick up vibes off of this or something? Like, blast yourselves into the past and understand exactly what happened? Just throwing it out there, I don't know.
I mean, I needed my friend's help with that. That's not quite something I can do on my own.
Yes, and though I can get glimpses into the future, I am unfortunately relying on my own intellect for my knowledge of the past.
We will discuss this another time, because it almost seems like a personal hell. Cursed to look at the future, but loves to study the past. We'll put it on another time.
We'll talk about that in therapy later.
Yeah, what's up?
While my team is enjoying the tank, I'm gonna quietly start making my way to Sable.
Oh, she's yeah. I guess she's continues to kind of move on, almost like she's doing her own thing.
Yeah, I'm just quietly like lurking.
Okay, and you're just kind of following her.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Moving a little forward. Oh.
And let's see here. Okay, and then Riken, what are you doing?
Looking around, seeing the derelict tank, and with Relic, with Brandon, or with Magnus and Lyra, I will go after and stick with Bucky, not wanting to leave individuals by themselves.
I have
another
Sable.
body.
And
I don't trust
Magnus
Sable.
and
I'm going
Magnus
to take a
and-
look at this body over here.
which one? Ping it. I can't
Oh,
see what
sorry.
you're looking.
No, you're fine. I was just letting them know that I was
Okay.
about to do it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Lyra, are you following?
Yeah, I'm sticking with him.
Okay. You guys approach the body. It's fully suited up. Yeah, it's a dead soldier. There are no signs of blood or gunshots.
I want to assess time of death,
Medicine check.
how it died. I want to examine it. Hell
That
yeah.
is medicine.
I'm doing it. Let's see. Now that. 17. Not bad.
You pull off the helmet to reveal the decaying body underneath is extremely shriveled. Like skin, everything is extremely shriveled and shrunken.
Beef jerky.
You also notice there are two incisions
Okay.
along its neck.
I would like to further examine those incisions if I can.
You may. Yes, the incisions
Could be so kind.
look to be a form of bite mark.
I didn't have to watch the stream to hear the smile in everybody's voice right there.
Oh.
Interesting. I will relay that this body has been drained dry.
What?
As if by some foul beast.
Can you tell how recent?
Lyra and Magnus, can the two of you make an awareness check for me?
I would love to do that for
I can.
you.
Also, my MMW, can I move it
Mhm.
to the other side of this wall? Is that all right? Okay. I just don't want to move it if I shouldn't be.
No, that's
Okay,
that's
am
what
I doing
I mean.
awareness?
Yeah, just awareness check.
14.
13.
Okay, Lyra and Magnus, this building over here is looks to be about like 10 stories tall. And you get a flash of movement up about on the 6th story near a window. Just a flicker of a shadow and then it's gone.
There is a predator nearby. Everyone mind yourself. 6th floor. There is movement of this building. Wait. Let me ping it. Where's it at? Where's the building? Somewhere else.
It's this one over here. Yeah.
Yes, this building.
Riken and Bucky, you guys are following. Bucky, you're continuing to follow Sable.
Mhm.
So you keep on. Go ahead and keep on following her.
With the alert from Magnus too, can I see? I can't see over this building. Can I? Would I back up a little bit?
No. This building is.
Floor.
This building in front of you is at least like 3 stories. Like it's like it's not like it's a storied building. It looks like it was more of like some sort of supply thing. But it's about 3 stories high.
Upon turning the corner too, I'm gonna heavily scan the surroundings. And of course, ears open, eyes open, heat vision on. Anything else that I can roll for, I will.
It's very quiet. Bucky, you see Sable is just like has leaned down and examined the body. And then we will come back, 2 of you, if you don't mind pausing for a second. We'll go down below. Relic,
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I am actually going to go. Obviously, I oh right.
I can't see Relic anymore.
Um.
Oh, yes, I can.
You can't even-
Okay.
yeah. He was just behind the tank.
Do I see this like body over here?
And you see a hand up, like laying limp on top of the sandbags.
Okay. I am going to kind of go up to it. Having heard obviously that like that one is dead that way. I'm gonna take off his helmet and see if he died like in a similar fashion. Looks how they're
Yes.
describing. He is okay. Great.
Except there's no
Yeah.
bite on his neck. He just looks like he's been drained of every ounce of fluid in him.
Similar death, but no visible marks on this one over here.
Darling, can you tell how long ago they were killed?
I will do my best. Can I attempt to
Medicine
determine
check
how long
there.
ago they killed? Okay.
Yes.
Relic, can I also have you make an awareness check?
Yes, you may. Okay, there's the better roll. So it's 10, 13, 15.
Okay, thank you. And what was it for medicine?
Also a 15.
Okay.
Also a 15.
Yeah, Brandon. This one, you put it in the ballpark of 6 months to a year ago. It's a little bit hard to tell because it's been drained of all blood. It's aged at differently.
All right.
It's been a little bit more preserved.
Oh, I am familiar with this feeling, and it is my least favorite feeling. It is
What's
feeling
that,
like
dear?
prey. You're the
Well, I
young,
think-
quiet girl, Riken. How long ago was she recruited? Do you remember?
There wasn't a date. It was the statement that she was a promising individual to extract from this group, and they failed. Particularly
We'll go back.
skilled in reconnaissance scouting. Was that?
Or nothing?
Got it.
Bucky, what and Riken, what are you guys doing?
At this point, Sable's kind of off doing her own thing, so I'm gonna kind of teeter and start making my way kind of back in a circle.
Bucky, before you do,
Yeah.
as you're about to leave this doorway here, something pulls at you this way, and how to describe the feeling? It feels kind of like that moment back in the Luddite colony when you were in the basement and you were watching. You saw that that door in the basement with the Tharson logo on it. It's the same sort of like uneasy feeling, like what the heck is this doing here sort of feeling. And then you see Magnus and Riken moving towards this door, and you're just like, you just had the sense like this is not good. Like whatever's through there is just not good. And you're kind of getting that sense in that direction, the way that Sable's gone.
Okay, so over comms, can I go ahead and just tell her to... She's on comms with us at this point, right? She's with our, like, the team.
Well, I mean, you can ping her EMS. I
Okay.
mean, it's up to her if she ever wants to
Okay,
pick up EMS.
fair.
Or...
At that point,
I
I'm
assume that you guys are not sharing all of your info over with Sable. I think there's stuff going on here that Magnus would
No.
not be sharing with Sable. Yeah.
So at this point, okay, so
100% no.
over comms, I don't really know what the rest of the team is doing. We haven't really had any like over comms communication. Right?
No, we
I mean,
have
there's been
everything
talk-
I've been
Okay,
saying
okay.
has been to all of
Yeah.
you.
Oh, you're just saying that stable isn't like okay.
She's not in the loop.
Not in our group
Yeah,
chat.
she's not in the loop. Yeah, she's not in the
It's
loop.
not. It's
Yeah,
not
she's
that. It's not that group chat. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and just reach out to Sable and tell her to turn around and come back.
She's like, after I see what's down this staircase.
Absolutely not. Let's go.
She
Just
continues to keep on moving.
okay. Cool. I'm going with Sable.
All right. As you round
I'm
the
gonna
corner,
say something though. I'm gonna in our group chat. I'm going to say I have horrible, really bad feeling that Sable's doing something that she shouldn't be doing, and I am following her.
And Cal, as you
That
turn
is
the
not
corner
good for you.
and you see the stairway, feels just like that stairway leading down towards the nuclear warhead. And you distinctly hear in your head that first time when you were looking down, you were kind of looking for the thingy, and you look down the stairway right as Magnus is like, guys, there's a nuclear warhead down here, and you're just like, oh god, it's that feeling.
So over comms, I'm just gonna say, hey guys, remember when we found the warhead?
Of course.
Yeah. So this is what's happening. I really don't want to
You
do
found a
this.
nuclear warhead?
Yeah.
No. I didn't.
What
I
are
didn't.
the odds?
What are the odds?
Stealth mission.
Magnus.
Wait.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Cal. What's that?
Sable will not turn around. I help. Maybe one other person.
Riken, what are you
Let
doing?
her go. She is not on our team.
She's my best
Well,
friend.
hold on. Is she acting of her own volition, or is she being compelled somehow?
I don't know because she said she had. I don't know, but this is horrible. I want to vomit. She's my best friend.
You're
Riken,
muted, Josh.
what are you doing?
As Bucky is laying this out, I speak up quickly because I am focused on my surroundings, trying to see and hear anything. Bucky, tell her you have a bad feeling. Back up for now. We'll go down in a second. You should not go any closer. We need to not be split up right now.
Okay. I'll radio to Sable and just kind of in a very pleading tone tell her that I have the worst feeling and there is something really bad down those stairs. And
She hesitates.
We can go as a team. Compromise.
She
Let's all go as
hesitates
a
and-
team.
And looks back towards you. Before we continue there,
Sable.
Magnus, Lyra, and Relic.
Yes. Did I?
With that
was
awareness-
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, yep, I'm coming back to it.
Sweet.
Relic. As you're like looking at the body, you notice like tiny little movement on top of the drum here. And then and as you look up at the top of the drum,
Yep.
and like little pebbles and like kind of just collapsing from the building and stuff that are on top of the drum.
Yeah.
You see they're vibrating, almost as if there's an earthquake. And as you kind of look around the room after seeing that, you notice pebbles on the ground ever so a little bit are just like shifting, like almost like the ground is shaking, but you don't feel anything shaking.
I reach out, seeing, like the ground isn't moving or anything. I reach out with sort of my psionic sense.
Make a psionics check.
Yes. So what was 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16?
All right, you kind of calm yourself.
Yep.
Feel outwards. this feels somehow psionic. And then you sense a figure behind you, Relic. But as you spin around, there's nothing there. But it felt large. It didn't feel like it was coming at you. It just felt towering over you.
Lyra, reach out with your mind.
And then I'll to the whole team.
I believe something is amiss. Something like Lyra and I. Stick together.
And with that, I will kind of move back over here towards Magnus and Lyra.
Lyra, are
I
you reaching
too-
out with your mind?
I will do that as requested. $17.
17. Lyra, you also sense psionic energy. But it's not the typical psionic energy like an embodied relic or you. It feels like, I don't know, like the remnants of almost. But it also, it very much, this kind of pit you have in your stomach, this also kind of feels that way. Magnus, at the mention of the nuclear warhead, and you're like, wait, is there a nuclear warhead? And you very viscerally remember standing in front of that warhead and seeing the, like, God will judge written upon it, and the latches that had tried to be broken off of it. And you're like, well, shit. If Bucky's getting that sense over there, something, this is not good.
We should all just leave.
End of mission.
Do
Take the cool German hovercraft, and we're just out of here.
Just bounce with a new car.
Yeah.
Go drink.
We live to fight another day.
Yeah,
Drink
we'll
and eat
start
pork.
some sort of organ selling store. I don't know.
There it
I've
is.
got a whole thing. Hey, it's don't worry.
We
Supply and
Prop
demand.
up
I have it.
Magnus's bad habits.
Okay. Okay. So I have a question about the feeling.
Yep.
That I'm receiving.
You've got a feeling.
Is the feeling fight
You're
or
talking about, like,
flight?
the
Is
pit-
the feeling
the
saying
pit in your
go
stomach,
check
or
it
about
out? Huh?
The one that's feeling like the nuclear warhead moment, or like the pit in your stomach?
Yeah. Yes, I'm saying, like, is it calling to me to is it calling to me to get the fuck out, or is it calling to me to what does it rouse within me? Check it out or get out? Or is that a decision?
It's so, I mean, this is kind of why you're reflected on, like, the warhead moment. It's like it's like both like a terrifying feeling, but kind of like also an awe-inspiring feeling, right? Like this is terribly large. Like,
there's
what
like
the
there's
fuck
a
is this
megalithic
doing here?
presence here.
Yes, that's what it feels like. So it doesn't feel like necessarily like run, but it also just, you feel very small in this moment.
Got
Less
it. Thank you for that
benevolent or
clarification.
malevolent.
There is
Yeah, continue.
that's it. There is a megalithic presence here.
And as he says that, Riken, you two are like, know exactly what he's talking about. In fact, it feels like that moment you were hit him in the nuclear warhead room. you're like,
Yes.
well, shit. And just instinctively, Riken, your hand goes up and touches the key that to the nuclear warhead as that embodies this moment perfectly.
There is a presence in this building in front of us, yet there is the stairway. I believe we have a choice in this moment to investigate further within the building and the presence, or the stairway. We take a vote. We do not go separate.
Oh, the presence, you're talking about the shadowy presence you saw over here.
Yes. Yeah, the shadowy presence that I saw.
I thought you were talking about that monolithic presence, which was just what you were feeling in general.
No.
Okay,
The
gotcha.
conversation that Levi and Sable are having one-sided. It's a very toxic relationship right now. Can I? Is there any way to negotiate with Sable to have us do this with the team?
Yeah, go ahead and make a charisma check.
It's gonna be horrible because I haven't. I'm so sorry. Literally just an 8.
8. She goes down the stairs.
What do we all vote?
Sable's going down the stairs. What if that's where all of the records are? What if that? Because the thing is, when we were near the war pet, I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
You're muted, Josh.
That's okay. We can forgive Peanut. The stream will love him, especially if he shows up.
Pancake.
Pancake is.
Or peanut?
Pancake, not Peanut.
Pancake
sorry.
clearly sees cats in the backyard. When we were near the warhead, that's where all of the records were that we needed. That's where the book was. I have to go down these stairs.
Yes, respectfully, it is not story time. Vote. I vote building.
I vote stairs.
How about building?
I would also vote for the building.
All right, Bucky.
Building it is.
Via democratic process.
So Riken said nothing and waits to have to, depending on where Bucky goes.
What
Won't
Bucky
let her go down
does?
the stairs alone.
But Bucky
Won't let her
strikes
go
me
down
as
the
a
stairs
strict
alone.
rule follower, though. One who's really okay with like the current system of government process and due process.
As these statements go out, Riken feeling that pit in his gut, he gets down low and just instinctually vines like dig into the ground. Hair on the back of his neck stands up. He's looking directly at Bucky, and he had a direct eye shot to Bucky's friend going down the staircase. He's
Riken.
just waiting.
Riken, go ahead
He's
and
been
make
moving
a
himself.
awareness roll.
Hey, that's better.
Oh no, he can see through.
16.
Riken, on the second floor of this building, you see a quick dashing shadowy figure move past a window.
The second that happens, I alert the team east side, or that's the east. What?
Would have been kind of the northwest building you're at.
West northwest, across the street from me. Movement in the second floor. You said. Yep, movement second floor.
It is
I
getting
will shift
closer.
Below.
Magnus and Lyra and Relic, what are you guys doing?
I'm moving towards that creature.
Yeah.
That being.
Where are you moving your MMW?
I'll go up to the barricade here.
My goal will be to move. Oh, come on, MMW. Can't
Here?
go through walls.
Oh, yep. So as you move
Out
through, yeah, you see this looks to be almost like a makeshift barracks in here.
So.
Okay. We go into the building.
Mm-hmm.
I am following our vote.
Okay. And move
Levi?
ahead. You guys. We're on the 3 of you guys right now.
So, as that figure just moves and I hit my back to the wall, is there an open window that I can see above, like flash of shatter? That's just
Oh, sorry. There are no windows or doors. Those were never installed on any of these buildings. Yeah, this is basically, just think of like construction site, like the cement foundation and
openings.
Yeah, openings.
With that, I'm assuming I'm just below, and I will reach into my robes and take out a small wooden chip that I gave Lyra and Relic for Order Vitalis. On a hunch, I'm gonna take my thumb and flick it up and toss it up into the window.
Okay. You hear it clatter up above. Relic, Riken, I will note, though you saw something move up in the window, you heard nothing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now, well, while we're up here, so you just flick that up. Bucky, what are you doing? Are you holding to the Democratic elected choice, or are you running down the stairway after Sable? And do you need help deciding? You're going after Sable? Oh, nice.
Do you need help deciding?
All right, and Bucky goes running on down the stairway.
Upon Bucky just taking off, I will radio. Be careful, everyone. I have to go after Bucky.
She is fired.
Straight after her.
All right.
Stupid enough to head
Magnus.
down a set of mysterious stairs without backup, that's her problem.
Riken, are you going down the stairs? Oh yeah,
sorry,
sorry.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
let me go through the
that
wall,
way didn't
so.
work. Yeah. And the stairs, you guys can just place yourself on the stair as you guys go down. Magnus and Lyra and Relic. What are you guys doing?
My goal is gonna be I'm invisible, I'm stealth, I'm opening up all of my senses. I know that I'm probably on an even playing field with a predator similar in some way, shape, or form. Therefore, my goal is to identify them as they get close. And I'm going to say, Relic, I need you to be bait. You are noisy. They will come for you.
Wait a second. Actually, at this moment, Lyra is the noisy one. She rolled a 7. Lyra is just like...
Oh, did you really? I
Although she
actually
is-
didn't hear that. I didn't know what she rolled.
Yeah.
She has
rolled a
active
7.
camouflage, so her
that's-
and Relic are about equal.
Oh, that's horrible.
She's just a little bit harder to see.
Yeah, I will.
A 7?
A 7!
Yeah, the two of you.
You-
Do whatever you're going to do. Get away from me. Like,
Over by the old man.
Shush him.
you're going to give away my position. Go, go, go.
You smell of butterscotch candies. Leave me be.
I love you. I would love you more over there. Go over there, away from me. No,
away.
I will tell Lyra. Wherever we go, stay behind me. I made a promise to keep you safe. So be
Oh, I
very
appreciate
careful.
that.
Stay behind me.
Certainly.
And I will, per Magnus's instructions, I will at least sort of make a little bit more of a, presence in the room. I'm not gonna like bang around or anything.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
but you're just not
will-
being stealthy.
Correct. Yeah, I'm gonna like walk around in here.
Okay.
Um.
And I'll
Yeah.
remind you, you saw the shadowy thing up on the 13th floor-ish of
Yeah.
this, or well, I don't know, it was
The-
like sixth
it was-
floor of
Yeah,
this
yeah,
building.
it was up. Yeah, it was up.
And Magnus, from here, you can see that there's a staircase over here. This particular staircase looks to be going down.
Okay.
I will radio.
Agnes,
there's-
that's 2 walls you're looking through, sir.
Is it?
This is illegal. What you're
Where's
doing
the other
right
wall?
You should be right there.
now.
But you said I could see the stairs.
You put yourself through here. You are back here, sir.
Yeah, but you said I... Yeah,
No,
but you said I could
MMW
see the
looked through a
stairs.
single-
I thought it was because of
sing-
the MMW.
Oh no, it was Relic who can see the stairs.
Yeah, I'm scooting around. I will.
Oh, sorry.
point out that there are like computers over here. So I don't know
Oh,
if anybody more.
Those look
Yeah.
like generators, and they're still running.
Oh,
Place still seems to have power.
There's generators, everyone. They're running.
More dead soldiers.
I'm gonna come. with-
Definitely take the stairs down.
This is a doorway / window, but it's been covered with like boxes on the outside. However, you
Okay.
can see the back of like solar paneling.
Yes. Okay. I was wondering what that was. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And if I go.
Just as I thought, Bucky went down the stairs and died. Her ghost is speaking to us now.
She's still
Attempting to lure
somehow
us.
with us.
That happened very quickly. Shit.
And okay, there more.
It's
there
just
more
like the
panels.
staircase and a wood chipper.
Yep.
Like,
God.
I will go over here.
sorry.
So both of these staircases head down. You said.
No, one goes down, the other one goes up. Sorry.
Okay.
It was just the one you had originally seen was going
Yes,
down. The
okay.
other one is
That
going
makes
up.
perfect sense.
Well, shall we, going up?
I'm sorry. I just
Yes.
realized both me
Let's go.
and Cal went down the stairs into the wood chipper and made a salad. Just vines and. Sorry.
All right, so you guys head up,
Yes, we'll head up.
Yeah.
and you guys
Second
head
floor.
up.
I just want
Yeah, I
to point
don't
out
That's where we'll
that
end tonight. Thanks everybody for joining us.
Ah!
You sly dog.
Actually, I will end on one last thing. Riken, Bucky has already descended down the stairs, and you kind of move fairly quickly to catch up to her. And as you head down the stairs, again, you just keep on thinking of that moment, heading down the stairs to the nuclear weapon. You think about the key in your hand, and you think about how nice it's going to be to have that key to somebody who, to the head of the house to protect and keep safe.
Oh. I guess I didn't. Okay, I guess there's a small confusion. I thought I gave that to my Vitalis contact to get to.
Yeah, I thought he did
No,
too.
no, you called your Vitalis contact and you said if you can set up an appointment with the head of Autumn's End, I would
that's
like to
right,
give
'cause
it.
I'm not. I need to.
Yeah, because you don't want to
hand it
trust
off.
it to anybody but them, and
Yeah.
so you're waiting for your contact to try and establish that sort of meetup.
True. Yeah, that's right. For some reason, I thought I'd given it to her, but I went a step farther in my brain. So I got you.
Yes.
Yeah. No bad feelings. Not good. Don't want.
Well, there we go. That is a wrap for the mission. Next time we will figure out what is
Fantastic.
down the stairs and up the stairs respectively, huh?
I always love mission 1 and 2. It's like, oh, this is an enjoyable game, and then mission 3 is like, no, nothing is fun. This is horrifying. Okay, what you thought was happening, it's not. Okay, everyone's dead all the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give you enough, like, minimally subliminal horror messaging, just enough to give you, like, uncomfortable dreams. No worries,
yeah,
no big deal.
Hey, I do have a request. Can I not be the one trapped in the endless mind hallway?
You're going downstairs where the fear monster is. Good luck. Okay, you did this to yourself.
Actually, in this case, I blame Bucky. I followed
Big-
Bucky again. Shit.
Yeah, see what happens.
Big scary feelings, but if it's giving the same feeling that like it gave when we figured out the warhead, like obviously bigger than us.
Hey, are we still on stream?
Oh yeah, you're still live.
Oh, are we gonna? Okay, sounds good. I just
Yeah,
didn't.
we
I
can
just didn't want to
transition
like.
Yeah.
We were just
We can
mid
do the
conversation
outro.
that this is good for the.
Yep.
Bigger,
You wanna do the outro, we
larger
can.
than life, bigger things than us are happening clearly.
Mhm.
But Bucky is taking it as this is very scary, but also maybe this is where all the answers are.
Riken is like, why
And
are
also
you
saving
following
best
your friend? Oh, she's your best friend. Like you guys are close.
Yeah, like
Oh.
Sable,
God, it
like
sure did not seem that way.
It was a little colder than I assumed. Yeah.
Yes, she
I
It might
agree.
be
Yeah,
one
maybe
sided.
you're the one who thinks it's best friend.
It might be one-sided. So who knows? But also, like, they grew up in the same schools. They literally have been bonded since childhood. She's
Right.
like, oh yeah,
Okay.
this is my only friend.
And
Are
you
you
know,
like that
one's an
person who
eco
can't
terrorist,
stop
the
being
other
friends
is
with
a
because
high
you're so
functioning
inclined?
stealth operative of Apex.
Exactly. We went two separate
We run in
directions.
similar circles. I mean, our circles are around each other.
Look,
Our
they
Our
walk
intersect
our
like
circles.
in one point.
They're both
Like,
circles,
where I-
okay? It's fine.
Yeah.
It's a
The
wide
point
circle.
they intersect is where I blow up something of theirs. That's the
Yep.
intersection.
Which has happened.
Lyra, Jamie, what were you saying? Sorry, we were being loud and boisterous.
Oh, I don't remember. It was something facetious and dumb.
The best kind. I love those.
Yeah.
Only kind
It's like my entire joke bag.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
everybody,
thanks, guys.
for watching.
Thanks
Go
for
for it, Paul.
yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for watching, and appreciate everybody coming joining us. And join us next time. Whenever next time is, we will advertise more for that. So
Yeah.
appreciate everybody coming out and supporting the stream.
Thanks,
Take
everybody.
care, folks.
All right.
Bye,
Bye,
everyone.
everybody. Thank you.